Good morning and welcome to the 2024 Goat Show. Our judge today for our dairy goats is Skylar Campbell. Skylar's from Lignar, Indiana. He's an ag teacher and an FFA advisor at Columbia City High School in Columbia City, Indiana. He is a graduate of Purdue University with a BS in agriculture education and has taught since 2016. He's been raising, showing, and involved in the dairy goat industry at the local and state levels for 20 years. While raising goats for open shows and 4-H, he raised Oberhaslis. He has judged county fairs for the last 10 years. His favorite part of evaluation county fairs is showmanship, as that is where it's all about the individual and what they have learned about the project over their years within. If there's one thing I hoped members take away from me today is that they were able to learn something new to better advance their knowledge within the industry. Please welcome Skylar. We will now be exhibiting Class 1 Alpine doe milking yearling under 2 as of today.
Good morning. So we have a single entry here in our yearling Alpine milking does, and a really stylish Alpine milker. She's really upstanding. She's really tall at the point of her shoulder. She's really sharp about those withers. She's a first freshening yearling as well, so a very small mammary system for first freshening, but well deserving of a blue ribbon this morning.
Placings for Class 1, first place to Parker Walters. Now entering the ring, Class 2 Alpine 2-year-old milker doe.
All right, so here's our second class of Alpine milkers, 2-year-olds, and I'm going to start with the 2-year-old first freshener here at the head of the line. For me, she's just a tremendously dairy individual. You go to get your hands on her, she's really open in terms of that rib. She's really, it's got a lot of that extra spacing in that rib as well. And when you start looking at width, she's a little bit wider from thorough to thorough and a little bit more naturally level across that top line than the young lady's doe standing here in 2. Young lady doe standing here in 2, a second freshening 2-year-old, not quite the capacity in that mammary system to be competitive with that doe ahead today.
Placings for Class 2, first place to Allison Verhey, second Stella Powell. Now entering the ring, Class 3, 3-year and under 5-year Alpine doe.
Another single entry here in our 3 and under 5-year-old class, a 3-year-old third freshener, and a really stylish individual. Just like the class winner in that last class, an extremely dairy individual. Just wish she was a little bit more capacious in that mammary system for 3 freshenings, but well deserving of a blue ribbon today.
Placings for Class 3, first place to Emma Verhey. Now entering the ring, Class 4, 5 years and over, Alpine doe.
All right, so we're going to start with the class here in our age does. And the Alpine here, the head of the line, for me, she just excels the class in regards to that general appearance. She's really naturally level across that top line, especially in the area of the loin over the two does standing behind her. And then when you look at that mammary system, for me, it's a little bit more ideal in terms of that globular shape. She's a little bit more capacious in that mammary system as well. Would like to see her just a little bit smoother in that forwarder attachment, but definitely excels the two does standing behind her. 2 over 3 in her turn. This is mammary system placing, a little bit more desirable shapes in that mammary system, teat size, shape, and delineation. And when you start talking about general appearance, a really tall, upstanding doe, especially for a 9-year-old. And the young man standing here at the end of the line, nothing to take away from her. Just if she was a little bit more capacious and a little bit stronger on those pasterns, she'd be a little bit more competitive today.
Placings for Class 4, first place, Parker Walters. Second, Allison Verhey. Third, Grady Martin. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Alpine Milker.
So this is my lineup for the champion of the Alpine breed, and for me it really comes down to 2 individuals. The oldest doe here at the end of the line and the doe standing second in line. These individuals were the winners of their respective classes. And when I really start breaking down these two individuals in relationship to the scorecards, there are some trade-offs amongst the two. The 2-year-old here really excels in general appearance. She's extremely level across that top line. She's probably more level in the area of the rump than what we see on this aged doe. When we compare mammary systems, I know the 2-year-old's a first freshener. We get down to this aged doe with multiple freshenings, a little bit more balanced mammary system, maybe not as well attached up into that rear udder attachment as our 2-year-old. When we start looking at depth of body and also that dairy strength component, I think there's one that really excels and comes, surfaces, I guess, in my mind for our champion. The aged doe is going to be my breed champion today. Second place comes into line for that class, and for me, just not nearly as strong in regards to that general appearance, but she does have a very good capacious mammary. She is walking on a weaker set of pasterns, so I am going to go ahead and go to my 2-year-old for reserve.
Your champion Alpine Milker Doe is shown by Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Base Camp Country Real Estate. Your reserve champion Alpine Milker Doe is shown by Allison Verhey. Her trophy is sponsored by Farmers National Company and Riley Miller. Now entering the ring, Class 5, Lamancha Doe, 2-year-old milker.
A single entry here in our Lamancha 2-year-olds and a really dairy individual. For me, I like to clean her up in terms of that front end assembly. Have that shoulder blade, pinch a little bit closer to those withers and keep that point of elbow a little bit closer to that chest floor, especially when on the move. In regards to the mammary system, a really well-balanced mammary system, which she had a little bit more extension in that forudder, but deserving of blue ribbon today.
Placings for Class 5, first place to Peyton Sainer. Now entering the ring, Class 6, Lamancha Doe, 3 years and under 5.
Another stylish individual here in our Lamancha show. She's a really tall, upstanding doe, and especially in terms of the point of that wither. She's really smoothly blended from that head and neck down in that front end assembly, and she's really long from hooks to pins. For a 3-year-old, I would like to see just a little bit more capacious mammary system, a little bit more balance of the halves, but for a single entry, deserving a blue ribbon today.
Placings for Class 6, first place to Cooper Walters. We're now showing Class 7 Lamancha doe, 5 years and over.
Two age does here that definitely have their trade-offs amongst the two, but for me, I am going to go ahead and start with the doe that excels in that mammary system. For me, she's just showcasing just a little bit more bloom, especially in regards to that rear udder, supporting a higher, tighter arch to that rear udder in terms of that rear udder attachment, and then when viewed from the rear, just a little bit more balance in the halves, stronger medial suspensory ligament than the doe standing here in two. The doe standing here in two, just a tremendously stylish individual, excels the doe ahead of her in regards to that general appearance. Would just like to fix her top line a little bit just in the area of the chine to be a little bit more competitive with the doe ahead of today, but two really good age does.
Placings for Class 7, first place Jordan Laffoon, second place Jordan Laffoon. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Lamancha Milker doe.
The three does closest to me are the ones that are in contention for our champion and breed. And for me, I think there's one that just really excels in regards to that general appearance. She's really sharp across that top line, more naturally level in the area of the loin. The two does that she's competing with. And in regards to body capacity, just a tremendous depth of body, depth of rear rib. And then when you look at the mammary system, probably not as desirable in terms of that teat shape, but definitely for an aged doe, definitely has a mammary that's still strong enough. I'm going to use my aged doe as my champion today. And then we pull in second place aged doe and compare her to the two does standing ahead of her. And when we look at all aspects of the scorecard in terms of general appearance, mammary system, dairy strength, and body capacity, I think there's a doe that just meets all aspects just a little bit better, especially in terms of that body capacity category and also that mammary system. My second place aged doe is going to be reserved.
Your champion Lamancha Milker Doe is shown by Jordan Laffoon. Her trophy is sponsored by the Naked Wolf Waxing and Sugaring Specialist. Your reserve champion Lamancha Milker Doe is shown by Jordan Laffoon, and her trophy is sponsored by Purple Penguin Prints. We're now showing Class 8 Nigerian Dwarf Doe milking yearling under 2 years.
To start off our Nigerian doe class, for me, I am going to go ahead and go with one that's just a little bit smaller in terms of her structure, but for me, she's the most complete, especially in regards to that general appearance. She's the strongest in her top line, especially in the area of the chine, and she blends a little bit smoother in terms of that front end assembly than the doe standing here in two. For me, she's also got just a little bit smaller mammary system than the doe standing in two, but for me, the mammary system structure is a little bit more correct, with the teats being more plumb to that udder floor, a little bit stronger in terms of that rear udder attachment than the doe standing in two, an extremely dairy individual standing here in two, which she should be commended for today.
Placings for Class 8. First place to Reese Fisher. Second place to Reese Fisher. We're now showing Class 9 Nigerian Dwarf Doe 2-year-old milker.
All right, so we have five, 6 individuals here in our Nigerian 2-year-olds, and none of these does have freshened. For me, I am going to go ahead and start with this doe here. The headline for me, she's just really excels the class in regards to that general appearance. She's really smoothly blended from that head and neck down in that shoulder, really nice and level across that top line. And even though she is the smallest outline individual, she is wider from thorough to thorough, keeping those widths through the hocks and then down to her dew claws and what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her. 2/3 for me is a little bit closer placing in my mind. I am going to go ahead and go with a little bit more upstanding individual. She's really sharp about those withers, and when you go to get your hands on her, she's really has that openness of ribbing than what we're seeing on the doe standing here in 2. Maybe just not as daring in terms of sharpness over those withers, but 3/4 then in her turn. For me, this is a general system placing, especially in regards to feet and legs. She's walking just a little bit stronger on rear set of pasterns today, and when she walks away from me, just keeping a little bit more true natural width to the ground than the doe standing behind her. 4/5 in her turn, an extremely daring individual, especially when you go get your hands on her. She's a little bit cleaner in terms of that front end assembly as well. 5/6 for me, she's a little bit shorter, compact individual, but she keeps her width a little bit more true, especially that width from thorough to thorough than the young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line. The young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line, if she should kept a little bit more width between the hocks and width in that chest floor when on the move, she'd be competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 9. First place, Kaylin Stein. Second, Cameron Gwynn. And third, Cameron Gwynn. We're now showing Class 10 Nigerian dwarf doe, 3 years and under 5.
All right, in our 3 and under 5-year-old class, for me, I'm going to go ahead and start with one that really excels in terms of that dairy strength. You go to get your hands on her, she's really open about that rib, showcasing us just a little bit more Springer rib here today. And when we start talking about depth of body, she's more desirable in regards to that depth of body, especially in that rear rib than the doe standing behind her today. In regards to mammary system, probably not the most capacious doe in class, but for me, I'm willing to take that general appearance over that mammary system with the doe standing behind her just because she excels so greatly in terms of that category, the doe standing behind her. 2 over 3 and their turn, for me, this is a little bit closer placing, but is that general appearance that I think excels this cream colored doe here. Standing in 2, she's a little bit stronger, especially in the area of that loin. She's a little bit wider from thorough to thorough than the tan doe standing here in 3. In regards to mammary system, she's a little bit stronger in terms of that medial suspensory ligament and that rear udder attachment, keeping it up higher into that escutcheon. 3 over 4, it is in that mammary system. The 2 does standing here, the head of the line, don't have the mammary systems to be a little bit more competitive, which is an aspect of that scorecard that I've got to consider. For me, she's a really tremendous individual in terms of that depth of body, depth of barrel, and the 2 does standing here at the end of the line today. The young lady's doe standing here in 4, the young man's at 5. For me, just an extremely dairy individual. When you go to get your hands on her, she's really, really sharp about those withers, really open in that rib. The young man's doe standing here at the end of the line today, nothing to take away from her, just what she would unfortunately walk a little bit better for him, for me to get a better view of her, especially in the front end assembly, to be more competitive today.
Placings for Class 10. First place to Blair Schultz. Second place, Sharon Schultz. Third, Keegan Humerick House. Fourth, Kaylin Stein. And fifth, Mason Appleton. We're now showing Class 11 Nigerian Dwarf Doe, 5 years and over.
All right, so this is our class of aged Nigerian does, and for me, I am going to go ahead with one that is a little bit more dairy and also does have some freshenings to her advantage with that development of that mammary system. Unfortunately, she is dry, so don't have a whole lot of that mammary system to be able to evaluate. So for me, though, she is a tremendously dairy individual. She is going to excel that general appearance category in terms of that levelness of top line, especially in the area of that rump to our second place doe. Our second place doe really liked the style, really liked the outline of her. If she had a couple of freshenings to her, lose a little bit of that condition, I think she'd be really competitive with that doe ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 11. First place, Analia Barton. Second, Mason Appleton. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian Dwarf Milker.
This is our lineup for the breed champion of the Nigerians, and for me, I think there's a couple individuals that excel. The doe standing closest to me for champion is going to be my youngest doe, and my doe standing here third in line. For me, when you really compare them, I think one just really excels in regards to that general appearance. She doesn't have quite the capacity in the mammary system, but she is a little bit more balanced in that mammary system, which she just had a little bit more rear udder support. But my 3 to 5 year old is going to be my champion today. And then for my selection for reserve, it does become a little bit closer just because these two does are a little bit more comparable in regards to their general appearance and in regards to those mammaries. When evaluating them in class, I think there's one that just showcased just a little bit truer in regards to that width, especially from thorough to thorough, keeping that width through the hocks with that mammary system. I am going to stay within that same class. My 3 to 5 year old is going to be reserve.
Your champion Nigerian dwarf milker doe is shown by Blair Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation. Your reserve champion Nigerian dwarf milker doe shown by Sharon Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Behavior Concepts LLC. Now entering the ring, Class 12 Nubian doe 2-year-old milker.
A single entry here to start off our Nubian breed, and a really stylish Nubian in that, especially in regards to that mammary system for a 2-year-old first freshener. Really well balanced mammary system, really strong medial suspensory ligament. What we're seeing on this doe, for me, I would just like to correct that front end just a little bit, keep that point of shoulder a little bit closer to that chest floor, and keep that point of elbow a little bit closer to that chest floor, but really deserving of a blue ribbon today.
Placings for Class 12, first place to Chloe Persiak. Now entering the ring, Class 13 Nubian doe, 3 years and under 5 years.
So in our 3 and under 5-year-old class, I'm going to go ahead and use that really excels the class in regards to that general appearance. Just really, really like how she's long and lean in the head and neck. Really smooths nicely, blends smoothly into that front end assembly. I would like to fix her top line a little bit, especially in the area of the chine, especially when she's not loined. But for me, she's really, really deep in that barrel, showcasing a lot of spring and rib for us here today. Maybe not the most capacious or the largest mammary system, but when you view her, especially from the rear, definitely a little bit stronger medial suspensory ligament, and stronger rear attachment than what the doe standing behind her today. 2 over 3, for me, this is a mammary system placing, just showcasing a little bit more bloom to that mammary, a little bit more desirable attachment in terms of the udder being attached in relationship to that body. Would like to see it pitched back just a little bit in regards to that fore-udder extension, but for me, a really stylish individual when viewed from the profile. 3 over 4, for me, this is a general appearance placing, a tremendously level individual, especially in the area of that loin and that rump, and what we're seeing on the young lady's doe here at the end of the line. She is going to grant that mammary system capacity to young lady's doe here at the end of the line, which she should be commended for today.
Placings for Class 13. First place, Kennedy Gould. Second, Landon Gould. Third, Blair Schultz. Fourth, Bailey Coleman. We're now showing Class 14, Nubian doe, 5 years and over.
So we have a single entry here in our 5 and over class, and an individual that's extremely dairy, especially when you go to get your hands on her. For me, with that balance of that mammary system, that strong medial suspensory, and that strong rear attachment, I would like to correct her front end assembly a little bit, especially in terms of those shoulder blades, pinching a little bit closer to those withers, but deserving of a blue ribbon here today.
Placings for Class 14. First place to Bailey Coleman. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nubian Milker.
So this is my lineup for my champion of the Nubian breed, and the three does standing closest to me are those who are in contention for champion today. All does that are really unique in their own right in regards to their respective classes. When you go to compare the three of them to each other, I think there's one doe that surfaces just a little bit better in regards to that general appearance. She's a little bit more naturally level across that top line. She's tremendously wider from thorough to thorough, keeping that width to the hocks and supporting that mammary system. Just a little bit more desirable, especially when on the move. And then she's also walking on a little bit stronger set of feet and legs than our age doe, and showcasing just a little bit more spring and rib and depth of body than what we're seeing on our 2-year-old. My 3 to 5-year-old is going to be my champion today. For reserve, this is where it gets a little bit closer because both of these, all three of these mammary systems are very similar to each other in regards to that depth of udder, bloom of rear udder. And then so for me, when we start looking at the other aspects of the scorecard in regards to general appearance, body capacity, and dairy strength, I think there's one that just has a little bit slighter advantage to that with a little bit more desirable set to that mammary system, being more balanced to that body. In regards to the does, my 2-year-old is going to be my reserve.
Your champion Nubian milker doe is shown by Kennedy Gould. Her trophy is sponsored by Hauler's Welding. Your reserve champion Nubian milker doe is shown by Chloe Persiak. Her trophy is sponsored by Friends of 4-H. We are now showing Class 15 Oberhasli doe, 3 years and under 5 years. This will also be your champion and reserve champion Oberhasli milker doe.
In our 3 and under 5-year-old Oberhaslis, it is the doe here, the head of line for me that just really excels the individual behind her in both general appearance and that mammary system. She's tremendously more level across that top line, especially from the loin into that rump than what we're seeing in the doe standing here. And two, when viewed from the rear, she's also wider from thorough to thorough, keeping that width down to that flank than what we're seeing on the doe standing in two. And then in that mammary system, just a tremendous amount more bloom to that mammary system. The young ladies doe standing in two would like to balance out that mammary system on our first place doe just a little bit. That left side's a little bit larger than that right. But for me today, over the young ladies doe standing here in two, just needs to be more capacious, more full to be competitive with that powerful doe here at the head of the line today.
Your champion Oberhasli Milker Doe is shown by Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Holler's Welding. Your reserve champion Oberhasli Milker Doe is shown by Madison Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by Windy Flats Farms. We're now showing Class 16 recorded grade milking yearling under 2 years.
In our yearling recorded grades, I am starting with an individual for me that's just a little bit more naturally level in regards to that top line, especially in the area of the rump than what we're seeing in the doe standing into. When you start truly breaking them down, especially because their mammary systems are so comparable in regards to that rear udder attachment, that evenness of the halves, and that fore udder. For me, I am going to go ahead and use a doe that's just walking a little bit straighter in terms of those forelegs, and she's a little bit longer, a little bit leaner in terms of that head and neck than what we're seeing on the doe standing here in two. The doe standing here in two, an extremely daring individual. I would just like to fix that front end assembly to be more competitive with the doe ahead of her today. So two does here at the head of the line that are very comparable to each other, and they have their trade-offs in regards to going which one I would like to start with today. For me, I am going to go ahead and start with the Saanen type doe, even though she's not cooperating very well with her handler today. For me, when you go to get your hands on her, she's just a little bit more dairy. She's a little bit more open in that rib. Obviously, for the breed, too, she's going to be a tremendously longer individual. And that mammary system, with them both being first fresheners, a little bit more bloomed in that mammary, a little bit smoother blended in that forudder attachment into that barrel than what we're seeing on the Ob type doe. I will grant the balance, the symmetry to the Ob type doe, an extremely stylish individual when viewed from the profile. I love how elevated she is, how upstanding she is, level across that top line. Just what she's just a little bit more, showcasing a little bit more bloom to that mammary, a little bit smoother into that forudder attachment. And then the young lady still standing here at the end of the line, extremely dairy individual, just would like to widen her up through that chest floor, fix that front end assembly to be more competitive with that open Saanen type does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 17. First place, Keziah Dunham. Second place, Allison Verhey. Third, Nicole Hensley. We're now showing Class 18, recorded grade doe, 3 years and under 5.
In this 3 and under 5-year-old recorded grade class, I'm going to go ahead and start this class off with the mammary system, placing, for me, just a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system, more properly displaying a third in front, a third hidden, and a third directly behind the leg. And for me, it's that rear udder attachment that really splits the two. She's the doe here at the head of line, just a little bit stronger in terms of that rear udder attachment, higher and tighter up into that escutcheon than the young man's Nubian type doe standing here in two. Really like the general appearance of this young man's doe standing here in two. Just wish she was a little bit smoother blended from that fore udder into that barrel than what we're seeing on our first place doe today. 2 over 3 in her turn. This is a general appearance placing. For me, she's just built a little bit better in terms of that front end, walking on a stronger set of feet and legs, especially in regards to those rear pasterns. The young man's doe standing here at the end of the line. Nothing to take away from her, tremendously dairy. Just wish she had a little bit more capacity to compete with those 2 does ahead of her today. You're welcome.
Placings for Class 18. First place, Chloe Pierciak. Second, Cooper Walters. Third, Austin Hensley. We're now showing Class 19, recorded grade doe, 5 years and over.
So in our age doe class, a tremendously stylish individual, extremely level individual, especially from that chine down to that the tail pin bones. For me, she's a really, really level across that top line. When you look at that mammary system, tremendous capacity in that mammary system. Would like to balance up those halves just a little bit more to make that mammary system even more complete. A really stylish individual, could have withstood some competition in this 5-year-old class.
Placings for Class 19. First place, the Jonathan Vaughn. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, recorded grade milker.
So this is my lineup for champion recorded grade. The 4 does standing closest to me are those who are in contention for champion today. For me, I think there's a doe that just really single-handedly excels this class in regards to general appearance, just a tremendously level individual, especially the most level from hooks to pins. She's the widest from thorough to thorough. When you look at her mammary system, she's definitely the most capacious mammary system. Probably not the most balanced mammary system out here today, but especially for her age too, she's walking on a strong set of feet and legs. The young man Saanen type doe at the end of the line is going to be my champion recorded grade. And for reserve, it gets a little bit closer for me, trying to find the one that's the most comparable to our champion in regards to that levelness of that top line, that mammary system. For me, a lot of these does are comparable in regards to their general appearance, again, taking into perspective what it is that they are crossed with for their recorded grades. So when we start looking at those mammary systems, for me, I think there's one that's just a little bit more desirable shape to that mammary system. Keeping that udder higher up into that escutcheon, and teats a little bit more desirably placed to that other floor. The young lady at the head of the line with my yearling is going to be reserved today.
Your champion recorded grade milker is shown by Jonathan Vaughn. His trophy is sponsored by Hollers Welding. Your reserve champion recorded grade milker is shown by Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Blake and Brittany Hillier. Now in the ring, Class 20, Saanen doe, milking yearling, under 2 years old.
So single entry here in our Saanen yearling milkers, and a really dairy individual. For me, it's her mammary system that I really like most about her. Really desirable shape, really high and tight up into that rear udder. Wish she should just a little bit smoother blended in terms of that forwarder, but for a first freshening yearling, really, really good mammary system. Excited to see what she would look like in the future.
Placings for Class 20, first place to Harley Summerfield. We're now showing Class 21, Saanen doe, 3 years and under 5.
Starting off this 3 and under 5-year-old class with 2 does that I really feel excels the 2 remaining does in regards to general appearance. And then the deciding factor when you look at those mammary systems, a tremendously more capacious mammary system on this young man's doe standing here at the head of the line. More arch to that rear udder, more width to that rear udder, showcasing a little bit more balanced in regards to those halves of that mammary system. Do like the teat size, probably not the placement on the underside of that mammary. Would like to see a little bit more on the udder floor like we see on the doe standing in 2. 2 over 3 in her turn, like I said, it is a general appearance placing. For me, just tremendously more level across that top line, especially in the area of that rump. She's a little bit longer from hooks to pins, standing just a little bit wider from thorough to thorough, walking around that mammary system with that width a little bit better than the young man's doe standing here in 3. Like the young man's doe standing here in 3, extremely dairy, extremely open. Would just like to see a little bit more desirable shape, rear bloom, rear arch to that rear udder today. The young man's over the young ladies here at the end of the line. This is a mammary system, much more capacious, much stronger in terms of that rear udder, that medial suspensory ligament, in comparison to the doe standing here at the end of the line. Young ladies doe at the end of the line, we'd like to make her just a little bit longer, especially from hooks to pins, to be a little bit more competitive with the does today.
Placings for Class 21. First place, Jonathan Vaughn. Second place, Keziah Dunham. Third, Jonathan Vaughn. And fourth, Keziah Dunham. We're now showing Class 22, Saanen doe, 5 years and over.
A single entry doe here in our 5 and over class, and a really upstanding individual. She's really sharp about those withers. She keeps those shoulder blades pinched against those withers when on the move. For me, for being a 6-year-old fourth freshener, I would like to see just a little bit more capacious mammary system, especially in regards to that more desirable shape to that rear udder, showing a little bit more extension to that rear udder, bloom to that rear udder, but a really stylish doe. Could have withstood some competition this age doe class today.
Placings for Class 22. First place to Haley Summerfield. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Saanen Milker.
This is my champion lineup for the Saanen breed, and there's one individual in terms of general appearance and memory system that really excels the other two does in this lineup. The young man's here in the middle is easily going to be my champion today. She's just really, really good in terms of that general appearance. Probably the most level in regards to that top line, especially from hooks to pins. Probably not the widest from thorough to thorough, but that memory system is just so capacious, so balanced, really deserving of this. She is going to be my champion breed today. And then bringing in second place to that class, like I talked, in their respective class, they were really comparable to each other in regards to that general appearance, both being really level across that top line, and it came to more desirable, those memory systems. I think the same thing holds true in this lineup for reserve when trying to compare to the champion. I think she is the most comparable to her. I'm going to stay in that same class for reserve.
Your champion Saanen milker is shown by Jonathan Vaughn. His trophy is sponsored by GJ Gardner Homes. Your reserve champion Saanen milker is shown by Keziah Dunham. Her trophy is sponsored by Kim and Mike Pinto. Now entering the ring, class 23, Sable Doe, 2-year-old milker.
So a single entry here in our Sable 2-year-olds and a single entry in our entire Sable senior show. A really dairy, a really deep-bodied individual with a good memory system for a first freshener. One thing I would like to do is clean up that front end a little bit, especially from that head and neck down into that shoulder. She's really extended in her brisket, but she's really wide through that chest floor. Well deserving of a blue ribbon today.
Placings for class 23, first place and champion Sable milker, shown by Haley Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by Johnson Brothers Livestock. We're now showing class 24, Toggenburg Doe, 2-year-old milker.
A single entry here in our Toggenburg class, and for me, a really stylish individual that excels in general appearance. She's really level from hooks to pins and level from thorough to thorough when on the move. One thing for her memory system, she is a first freshener, would like to see just a little bit more bloom to that memory today, but well deserving of blue ribbon in class.
Placings for class 24, first place to Austin Hensley. We're now showing class 25, Toggenburg Doe, 3 years and under 5.
Right, in this class of 3 and under 5-year-olds, I'm going to start with a tremendously deep-bodied individual. For me, she's just showcasing more depth of barrel, depth of rear barrel than what we're seeing on the young man's doe standing here in 2. In regards to general appearance, it's a little bit closer in my mind. They're both about the same in regards to that levelness of top line. The doe here at the head of the line, in regards to her advantages in that mammary system with a little bit more desirable shape, stronger attachments both fore, rear, and that medial suspensory ligament in regards to splitting the halves more evenly. The young man's doe standing here in 2 will commend her for that smoothness of blending from that head and neck down into that shoulder over the young man's at the head of the line today.
Placings for class 25. First place to Austin Hensley. Second, Landon Gould. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Toggenburg Milker.
In selection of my Toggenburg breed, the 2 individuals closest to me are the ones who are in contention for champion today. We've got a yearling here at the head of the line and a 3 to 5-year-old here. For me, they do have their trade-offs. I think the younger doe excels in that general appearance, especially in that levelness of rump. She's longer from hooks to pins as the young man that's handling this 3 to 5-year-old. When you start looking at body capacity, this 3 to 5-year-old really is deep in that barrel, longer in that barrel than what we're seeing on the younger doe. And in regards to the mammary systems, for me, I think this is where the clear advantage lies. Just a little bit more balanced mammary with those extra lactations. The young man's 3 to 5-year-old is going to be my Toggenburg champion today. You're welcome. And then when we go to compare the 2 remaining does here for champion, for me, I think they both have their advantages in that general appearance. When you go to look at their mammary systems, especially for 2 first fresheners, they both have their trade-offs. One's a little bit more capacious, a little bit more evenness of those halves, a little bit stronger in that rear udder attachment. But for me, I am going to go ahead and go with the one that's walking on a little bit stronger set of feet and legs, especially in those rear pastures. I'm going to stick in that same class. My 3 to 5-year-old is going to be reserved.
Your champion Toggenburg Milker is shown by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Hillside Dairy Vaughn family. Your reserve champion Toggenburg Milker shown by Landon Gould. His trophy is sponsored by Vaughn's Lawn Care. We're now showing class 26 Alpine Junior Kids.
All right, starting our junior show with the Alpine junior kids, and for me, I always think it's fun to bring out these junior kids because depending upon accessibility and how much, or when they were born and that kind of stuff, as you can see with both these individuals, either it's on the walk or on the handle, both are fighting their handlers pretty well out here. But for me, once we do get them on the standstill, this more traditional marked Showmanship type doe here at the head of the line, for me, it's just a little bit more dairy individual. She's a little bit longer in regards to her loin, and she's showcasing a little bit more width from thorough to thorough than what we're seeing on the young ladies doe standing here in 2. The young ladies doe standing here in 2, dairy individual as well, just like to see more angulation in that rear leg and stretch her out just a little bit longer to be competitive with that doe ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 26, first place, Allison Verhey. Second place, Stella Powell. We're now showing Class 27, Alpine Intermediate Kids.
So another really daring individual when you go to get your hands on her. With it being a single entry, for me, I would like to fix that front end a little bit, especially that pointer shoulder. For me, it's a little too far extended past that brisket. And for me, I like to stretch her out just a little bit more, especially the area of that loin, to make it a little bit more level across that top line, but well deserving of a blue ribbon today.
Placings for Class 27, first place, Emma Verhey. We're now showing Class 28, Alpine Senior Kids.
So we have another single entry here. This is for our senior kid class, and for me, a really tall, upstanding, really long-bodied individual. For me, I like to keep her a little bit wider from thorough to thorough and a little bit more width between the hocks, especially when on the move. Just that way showcases her true natural width, because when you view from the front, she's a tremendously wide individual through that chest forward, just doesn't keep that natural width all the way throughout. Excited to evaluate her for champion.
Placings for Class 28, first place, Jordan Skinner. We're now showing Class 29, Alpine Senior Yearling.
So single entry here in our dry yearling class, and a really strong individual. She's really tall at the point of her shoulders. She's really tall at the point of her withers, giving her that more upstanding look when viewed from the profile and when on the standstill. And she's an extremely long individual from hooks to pins and wide from throw to throw, keeping that width down to her hocks when on the move. Really deserving of a blue ribbon here today.
Placings for class 29. First place, Emma Verhey. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Alpine Junior Doe.
All right, so out here for our Alpine Junior Champion, and for me, I think the closest competition is between the two does on each end of the line, the yearling and the junior kid. For me, they're both really stylish in regards to their side profile, really angular to that rear leg, both extremely daring individuals. For me, I think one's just a little bit truer to her width from thorough to thorough. Walks was just a little bit more width between the hocks, making more room for that mammary system, whether she's going to freshen next year or wait till the year after. But for me, I think it's really in terms of that front end assembly that really sells it for me between the two. The young lady at the end of the line with the black yearling is going to be my champion. And then, like I was saying, between the competition for the yearling and the junior kid, I am going to come down to this junior kid for reserve. I know she wasn't really wanting to walk today, but when you compare her to the two does directly behind her for age and maturity, she's the longest, she's the deepest in her barrel, she's the most level from hooks to pins and thorough to thorough, and the cleanest in her front end. My junior kid is going to be reserve. You're welcome.
Your champion, Alpine Junior Doe, is shown by Emma Verhey. Her trophy is sponsored by Baseline Camp Country Real Estate. Your reserve champion, Alpine Junior Doe, is shown by Allison Verhey, and her trophy is sponsored by Willoughby Sales. We are now showing Class 30 Lamancha Junior Kids.
All right, for our Lamancha Junior kids, for me, I am going to go ahead with the one that for me I think is a little bit cleaner in regards to that front end. They're both kind of bold in their shoulders, and they both want to throw their elbows out outside of their chest wall just a little bit. But for me, the tan colored doe here, the head and line is just a little bit cleaner. She's a little bit smoother blended from that head and neck down into that wither than what we're seeing on the chocolate type doe standing here in two. And the tan colored doe here, the head and line just showcasing a little bit more true width between the hocks when on the move and keeping that width from the chest floor all the way throughout into the ground than what we're seeing on the chocolate doe here in two. The chocolate doe here in two, extremely dairy, extremely open individual, but just to like the level her out, especially in regards to hooks to pins, to be a little bit more competitive with that one ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 30, first place to Peyton Sainer. Second place, Peyton Sainer. We're now showing Class 31, Lamancha Senior Kids.
A really stylish Lamancha here for a single entry in our senior kid class. Could have withstood some good competition today. For me, I would just like to make her just a little bit longer in terms of that head and neck, make me blend a little bit smoother down into that shoulder. But when you go to get your hands on her, extremely open individual, walking on a strong set of feet and legs. She's really square in those toes. And then when she's when you view her from the rear, her width from throw to throw stays true down to her hocks, all the way down on the ground. A really good individual here for our senior kid class.
Placings for Class 31, first place, Emily Stout. We're now showing Class 32, Lamancha Senior Yearling.
Good morning. I'd like to take this time to introduce our queen in her court, Miss Tippecanoe County 2024 and Miss Congeniality, Abby Fitzmaurice. Our first runner-up, Ella Carlson. And our second runner-up, Caitlin Springer. Also here with us today is our little miss, Aniston Kaiser. Thanks for being here today, ladies.
Two really good does here in our senior yearling class. For me, I am going to go ahead and go with the one that I feel is a little bit longer in regards to that body. She's a little bit deeper in terms of that barrel, a little bit showcasing a little bit more spring of rib than what we're seeing on the doe standing in two. The doe at the head of the line, maybe starting to get to that point where she's carrying just a little extra conditioning for me today. But when you start looking at her, though, she's really functional. She's really angular in terms of that rear leg set. She's really wide from throw to throw and a little bit more naturally level across that top line from hooks to pins. And the young lady's doe standing here in two. The young lady's doe here in two, I like to stretch her a little bit, especially in the area of that loin, just to make her a little bit more longer, a little bit. Also like to see a little bit deeper in terms of that barrel to be more competitive. The young lady's ahead of her today.
Class placings for class 32. First, Jordan Laffoon. Second, Emily Stout. We are now showing class 33, Nigerian dwarf junior kids born on or after 4-1.
We have three Lamanchas closest to me out here in contention for champion and breed, and three Lamanchas that I feel that are really good in regards to breed character and pretty much like a standard of good type. They all have their trade-offs amongst each other in regards to who I'd like to use for champion and reserve of this breed. Just to kind of talk about them a little bit here. So like the yearling that we had in that last class, a really powerful doe, to the doe standing behind her. Like I said in class, maybe carrying just a little extra conditioning today, but still really dairy, still really angular, really smoothly blended from that head and neck down in that front end assembly. The senior kid here, I really liked her, and like I said in class, I wish I could have seen some more competition with her in regards to that age group, just because she is an extremely open, extremely dairy individual. Would like to fix that front end just a little bit more in regards to how she blends into that front end assembly and that shoulder. And then our junior kid here, for her growth and maturity, really stylish. She's really level across that top line. She's really level from hooks to pins. But for me, I think the competition lies between the two older does, the senior kid and the dry yearling. Kind of like I was talking about, they do have their trade-offs amongst the two. But of the does out here, I think they're the most similar to each other. For me, kind of looking a little bit more futuristic too in regards to who's going to hold up in regards to breeding and those kind of aspects as well. And for me, as they present themselves today, even though they do have a little extra, the yearling is going to be my champion. The senior kid is going to be my reserve.
Your champion Lamancha Junior Doe is shown by Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by the Wolf Waxing and Sugaring Specialist. Your reserve champion Lamancha Junior Doe is shown by Emily Stout. Her trophy is sponsored by Purple Penguin Prints. In the ring now is Class 33 Nigerian Dwarf Junior Kids.
A single entry here in our Nigerian junior kid class, and a really stylish individual. She was born in May, so she doesn't have that growth quite yet, but for me, she's a really dairy individual, especially when you go get her hands on her. Really opening that rib, showcasing some Springer rib for us today. Could have withstood some competition in this junior kid class.
Placings for Class 33, first place to Madeline Myers. We're now showing Class 34 Nigerian Dwarf Intermediate Kids. At this time, we would like to introduce our dairy judge again, Mr. Skylar Campbell from Ligonier, Indiana. Skylar is a 2016 Purdue graduate, where he graduated with a bachelor's science degree in agricultural education. He currently is an ag teacher and FFA advisor at Columbia City High School. Skylar has been raising, showing, and involved with the dairy goat industry at the local and state levels for 20 plus years. When raising dairy goats for open shows and 4-H, he used to raise the Oberhasli breed. He has been judging county fairs for the last 10 years. His favorite part of evaluation county fairs is showmanship, as that is where it's all about the individual and what they have learned about the project over their years within it. If there's one thing that he hopes members take away from today, is that they're able to learn something new to better advance their knowledge within the industry. Please help us thank Mr. Skylar Campbell.
In this next kid class of the Nigerian Dwarfs, a really long, a really deep individual here at the head of the line. For me, she just excels the kid directly behind her in terms of length of body, length of top line, length of rump than what we're seeing on the doe standing in two. And for me, she's walking a little bit more true, a little bit square in regards to her toes. She's a little bit wider with more width between the hocks than the young lady's doe standing here in two. A tremendously dairy individual here at the end of the line, just not the growth and maturity to be more competitive with that doe ahead of her today.
Places for Class 34. First place, Sharon Schultz. Second, Reese Fisher. We're now showing Class 35 Nigerian Dwarf Senior Kids.
We're starting off this senior kid class with one I feel is just a little bit more dairy. She's showcasing just a little bit more openness to that rib, showcasing just a little bit more springer rib, and she's really a lot more feminine about that head and neck. And she's a little bit smoother blended from that neck down into the shoulder, and keeping that smoothness of blending from that neck down in the withers, and the two does standing directly behind her. The two does standing behind her really, really close in my mind. The exhibitors did say that they are siblings. For me, I do like the openness of the doe standing here in two. She's a little bit deeper in that barrel, a little bit deeper in that, a little bit longer in that barrel. The young lady's doe standing here in three. The young lady's doe in three, tremendously wide individual, just but she's a little bit stronger on those rear feet and legs to be more competitive with the two ahead today.
Placings for Class 35. First place, Sharon Schultz. Second place, Ava Kendall. Third, Emma Kendall. We're now showing Class 36, Nigerian Dwarf Junior Yearling.
All three of these does have something that I really, really admire about them. But for me, the doe here at the head of the line, she just completes the package just a little bit better for me in regards to that general appearance. She's a little bit deeper. She's a little bit longer. She's a little bit wider from throw to throw. Maybe not keeping that true width between the hocks down to the pastures like the young man's doe standing here in two. But she's a little bit cleaner, a little bit leaner in terms of that head and neck than what we're seeing on the two does standing behind her. 2 over 3 is a little bit closer placing in my mind. I really commend the smaller frame, smaller outline doe standing here in third. But for me, the young man's doe standing in second, just a lot more open, showcasing a lot more spring and rib than the young ladies here at the end of the line. Really love the angularity to these young ladies doe standing here in third, just because she's a little bit larger, a little bit bigger in her frame to be more competitive with the two ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 36. First place, Reese Fisher. Second, Keegan Humerick House. Third, Kaylin Stein. We're now showing Class 37, Nigerian Dwarf Senior Yearling.
a really interesting senior yearling class from the Nigerian breed. For me, I am going to go ahead and go with one that I feel matches the Nigerian breed the best in regards to size and stature, but then also just in that general appearance. She's tremendously longer, especially in the area of that loin. Probably not the most level in regards to her rump from hooks to pins. I think that advantage goes to young ladies doe standing here in two. But when you go to get your hands on her, really loose, pliable skin, really open about that rib, which is something I really like about yearlings at this point. 2 over to 3 in their turn. This is a really close placing. For me, again, I think it just fits the more Nigerian style and Nigerian breed. Nothing to take away from the young ladies doe standing here in third. She's just a really tall, large-framed individual. Really, really dairy. Just for me, just maybe not quite as true to that breed standard as I would like to see. Both 3 over 4, she is a lot longer individual, a lot more leveler, a lot more wider from thorough to thorough, keeping that width down between the hocks. Just doesn't keep it down to the base of her skeleton. And the young man's doe standing here in 4, really, really dairy, really, really open individual. Just wish she was just a little bit cleaner in that front end to be more competitive today.
Placings for Class 37. First place, Sharon Schultz. Second, Kaylin Stein. Third, Blair Schultz. Fourth, Shiloh Martin. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian Dwarf, Junior Doe.
So this is my Nigerian Dwarf champion lineup, and for me, I think there's 2 does that really surface themselves to the top of my junior yearling and my intermediate kid. When we go through and we really start comparing those 2, for me, I think one's just a little bit more upstanding. She's a little bit taller at the point of her withers, a little bit more naturally level across that top line, especially from hooks to pins, and she's a little bit wider from thorough to thorough, and for me, she's a lot longer in terms of that head and neck, leaner in that head and neck. My junior yearling is going to be my champion today. And then for reserve, I think kind of like I was comparing to our champion, I think there's one that just kind of surfaces herself in regards to free of excess fleshing and maybe not as long in terms of that head and neck and maybe not as long in terms of that rump structure, but I am going to go down to my intermediate kid for reserve.
Your champion Nigerian dwarf junior doe is shown by Sharon Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Wolf's Wildlife Taxidermy. Your reserve champion Nigerian dwarf junior doe is also shown by Sharon Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Behavior Concepts LLC.
In this intermediate Nubian kid class, this doe here, the headline for me, just really excels the rest of the class in regards to that general appearance. Just an extremely gorgeous animal in my mind. She's really strong across that top line, especially in the area of the chine. In comparison to the doe standing behind her, she's really long and level, smoothest of blending from that head and neck down into that shoulder than what we're seeing on the remaining does. And she's wider from thorough to thorough than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her in class today. 2 over 3 in my mind is a little bit closer placing. The young man's doe standing here in 2, just a lot longer, a lot more feminine about that head and neck, a little bit more desirable in terms of that front end assembly than the young lady's doe standing here in 3. 3 over 4 in her turn, she's just a longer, a little bit deeper individual in terms of that barrel, showcasing us just a little bit more spring of rib. We'd like to see that top line, especially in the area of chine, fix just a little bit on that young lady's doe standing there in 3rd. Young lady's doe standing in 4th, nothing to take away. She's just a little bit shorter, compact individual. Just you go to get your hands on her. She is a very dairy, which she should be commended for today.
Placings for Class 38, first, Parker Walters. Second, Bailey Coleman. Third, Chloe Persiak. Fourth, Bailey Coleman. We're now showing Class 39, Nubian senior yearling.
Attention dairy goat exhibitors, if possible, please milk out before group classes begin.
All three does here are rightfully unique in their own right. For me, I am going to go ahead and go with the one that's a little bit smoother blended from the head and neck. She's walking on a stronger set of feet and legs. All three of these does are extremely long pasturing individuals, and for me, she's just walking on a stronger set of both fore and rear pasterns today for me. And she's also carrying the most natural width when on the move. She does tend to hawk in a little bit in regards to when viewed from the rear, but she's just the longest, deepest bodied individual of the class that I think that needs to sort to the top. 2 over 3 in her turn. I think this is a little bit closer placing. I think I've got the shortest individual and the longest individual here standing second and third. But for me, it's that top line structure, especially in the area of the rump. A little bit more desirable shape to that rump structure on the young ladies' doe standing here in 2, giving that angulation, that rear leg set, a little bit more desirable than the young ladies here in 3. Love the front end of this young ladies' doe standing here at the end of the line. Just if we could fix that rump, fix that rear leg set, she'd be more competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 39. First place, Blair Schultz. Second place, Sharon Schultz. Third, Rachel Townsend. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nubian Junior Doe.
All right, these does out here are for selection of the Nubian Junior Champion. For me, I think my Junior Champion today's selection is fairly straightforward. She's probably the most complete. She's the sharpest in that general appearance, the most angular, that rear leg set, probably the most open individual of these 4 too. My intermediate kid is going to be my champion today. And then for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer between my second place intermediate kid and my yearling. They both have their trade-offs. For me, I think looking at the 2, there's one that just excels in regards to that general appearance. In regards to that top line, she's a little bit stronger in the area of the chine than what we're seeing on the other individual. Maybe not the most dairy individual in terms of openness of ribbing and spring of rib, but she's definitely a lot deeper in that barrel, longer in that rear barrel. My yearling is going to be my reserve.
Your champion Nubian Junior Doe is shown by Parker Walters. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation LLC. Your reserve champion Nubian Junior Doe is exhibited by Blair Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by Dream Diners. We are now showing Class 40 Oberhasli Senior Yearling.
So for our Oberhasli breed, we only have these senior yearlings, and I have 2 does here at the head of the line that I think are really stylish and really competitive in their own rights. One's a much larger outline, larger framed individual, and then another one is just really, really true in terms of that breed characteristics in regards to that deep dark bay and those features. But for me, I am going to go ahead and go with the larger framed individual. For me, she's a little bit wider through that chest floor and keeps that width through the hocks, especially when on the move. When viewed over the top of them, she's a little bit longer in that loin. She's wider from throw to throw, keeping that width from throw to throw down to her hock and down to her passers. And then young lady's doe standing here in 2. Young lady's doe standing in here 2, I truly commend her for her color. I love that deep, dark bay and black. For the Oberhasli breed, just something about it, just super, super attractive. She's really, really, really well built in terms of that front end, just not the size, maturity feature, and that width, especially in terms of her rear end to be competitive with that doe ahead of her today. But a really, really nice doe standing here in 2. 3 over 4, for me, this is a little bit closer placing. For me, I'm going to go ahead and go with the deeper, longer barreled individual. She's a little bit longer from hooks to pins and also a little bit wider from throw to throw than young man's doe standing here in 4. 4 over 5, in his turn, just an extremely open dairy individual. Go to get your hands on her, extremely open in that rib, spacing of that rib, smooths a little bit, blends a little bit smoother, in regards to that front end than what we're seeing on the young lady's doe standing here in 5. 5 over 6, a deeper bodied individual, tremendous depth of body in comparison to the young man's doe here at the end of the line. Extremely open individual, just wish she's a little deeper in that rear barrel, up and in that flank to be more competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 40, first place and champion Oberhasli Junior Doe is exhibited by Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Holler's Welding. Second place and reserve champion is shown by Madison Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by Windy Flats Farms. Third place was Daisy Carey. Fourth, Jonathan Huckstep. Fifth, Gracie Ann Huckstep. And sixth, Walker Andrews. We're now showing Class 41 recorded grade junior kids.
All right, in this junior recorded kid class, for me, I'm going to go ahead and start with this Nubian type doe here, the head of the line. For me, she's just a tremendous doe in regards to that general appearance. Really sharp in terms of that top line, really level, especially in the area of the loin. She's probably the levelest from hooks to pins, more naturally, especially when on the move than the 2 does standing behind her. And for me, she's walking on a stronger set of feet and legs, in particular those rear passers than the 2 does standing behind her today. 2 over 3 in her turn. For me, just the dairiness of that individual, a lot more in terms of that openness of ribbing than what we're seeing on the young man's here at the end of the line. I would like to stretch the young man's out rump structure just a little bit more, make it a little bit more level from hooks to pins, and keep it a little bit more wider from thorough to thorough out through the hocks and the two does, just like the two does ahead of him today.
Placings for Class 41. First place, Kennedy Gould. Second, Jay Sainer. Third, Jay Sainer. We're now showing Class 42, recorded grade, intermediate kids.
I'm starting this class with the Nubian type recorded grade here at the head of the line, and for me, she just excels the class in regards to that depth of body, depth of rib than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her. When viewed from the side, definitely love that long, lean neck down into that front end assembly. Just a lot smoother in terms of that shoulder assembly than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her. Would like to wish that she could keep her elbow a little bit tighter to that body wall, helping with that natural width through that chest floor, out through the hocks that she's showcasing us today. 2 over 3 in her turn. She's a little bit shorter, a little bit more compact individual. But for me, she's just a little bit more structurally correct in regards to that front end, not as bold in terms of that point of that shoulder. And then also walking on a little bit stronger set of front feet and legs than what we're seeing on the doe standing here in 2. 2 over 3 in her turn, just an extremely dairy individual. Go to get your hands on her, openness of ribbing, spring of rib than what we're seeing on the Tog type doe standing in 4. 4 over 5, that growth and maturity piece. She's wider through that chest floor. She's wider from thorough to thorough, walking on a stronger set of forward toes than what we're seeing on the doe standing at the end of the line. That doe at the end of the line like to clean up that front a little bit from that head and neck down into those withers and in that shoulder to be more competitive with that doe's ahead today.
Placings for Class 42. First place, Cooper Walters. Second, Austin Hensley. Third, Keziah Dunham. Fourth, Jordan Skinner. And fifth, Nicole Hensley. We're now showing class 43, recorded grade, senior kids.
All right, we're starting off the class with a tremendous long-bodied individual. She's a lot growthier than the individual standing behind her. She's got a much larger, longer bone pattern than what we're seeing on the doe standing behind her. Very, very wide through that chest floor with those width through the hocks, especially when on the move. The young man's Nubian type doe standing here in 2 over the young lady's Nubian type doe in 3. Just that growth and maturity piece, a little bit more level across that top line when she wants to cooperate for the young man. Especially when on the move when they are walking. Would like to fix her, especially in the area of that chine. She likes to dip and break a little bit in that top line. The young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line, just not the growth and maturity, the width throughout to be more competitive with the 2 does today.
Placings for class 43. First place, Chloe Pierciak. Second, Eli Cox. Third, Brooklyn Carmichael. We're now showing class 44, recorded grade, junior yearling.
A really strong, upstanding individual is a single entry in our junior yearling class. Really like that femininity and about her in terms of that head and neck. She's really, really lean through that head and neck. That blends smoothly into that front end assembly. She's a tremendously deep individual in terms of that fore and rear rib and keeping that width throughout. Would just like to see her a little bit wider through that chest floor, just about as wide as she is through those hocks, especially when viewed from the rear. Well deserving of a blue ribbon here today in this junior yearling class.
Placings for class 44. First place to Analia Barton. We're now showing class 45, recorded grade, senior yearling.
All right, starting off this senior yearling class with an Oberhasli type doe here, the head of line. For me, when you go to get your hands on her, it's that dairy character that really stands out for me. She's extremely open in that rib, showcasing a lot of Springer rib, which then leads to a deeper, longer barrel than what we're seeing on the two Nigerian, Nubian type doe standing here at the head of the line. At the end of the line, for me, would just like to see her a little bit wider, especially width through the hocks. When viewed from the side when she's walking, tends to really hock in a little bit, which gives an offset look. 2 over 3, this is a really close placing in my mind. For me, I like the dairyness of her. She's maybe not the longest individual in the class, but she is definitely the most complete in regards to that top line in the area of the loin. And when comparing these two, the young ladies here at the end of the line, I really commend her for that long, lean neck. Just wish she put the total package together a little bit better to compete with those 2 does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 45, first place, Walker Andrews. Second, Brooklyn Carmichael. Third, Reagan Carmichael. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, recorded grade, junior doe.
All right, so this is my lineup for champion recorded grade, and really tremendous does, unique combinations from top to bottom in regards to making these does our recorded grades. For me, I think the closest competition lies between the 3 youngest does in the class. Nothing to take away from our junior yearling and our senior yearling. For me, in terms of natural width through that chest floor, keeping the width through the hocks when on the move, a little bit more dairyness, a little bit more angulation in that rear leg set. These 3 younger does definitely have that for me, in my opinion. It's really, really close between these 3 because they're all unique in their own right just because they are recorded grades. So trying to evaluate them for the breeds that they are representing in which they have been bred to. But for me, I think there's one that just really stands out of the class in regards to being very dairy, very loose, pliable skin, room for growth, really strong on those pastures, not showing really any weakness, tremendous width throughout, especially when considering the relationship to their ages. The competition is between my senior and my junior kid. And then when we start really breaking them down for who they are in terms of that natural upstandingness, that levelness across that top line, that smoothness of blending from that head and neck down in that front end assembly, I think one has just that slight advantage. Would like to see her a little bit more natural width or natural length from hooks to pins, but my junior kid is going to be my champion. My senior kid is going to be reserve.
Your champion recorded grade junior doe is exhibited by Kennedy Gould. Her trophy is sponsored by Hollers Welding. Your reserve champion recorded grade junior doe is shown by Chloe Pierciak. Her trophy is sponsored by Blake and Brittany Hillier. We are now showing class 46 Saanen junior kids.
A single entry here in our Saanen kid class, and a really dairy individual, and really like that top line, especially from chine to loin. She's really long from hooks to pins. I would like to fix that dorsal process a little bit in regards to her rump structure, but could have withstood some good competition in this junior Saanen class.
First place in class 46 exhibited by Harley Summerfield. We're now showing class 47 Saanen intermediate kids.
Two does here in our intermediate Saanen kid class that are very comparable, that complement each other pretty well. For me, I am going to take that growth and maturity aspect of the young man's doe standing here at the head of the line. Just a larger bone pattern, stronger on those forward pasterns, walking on a stronger set to those toes than what we're seeing on the young lady's doe standing here at the end of the line. The young lady's doe at the end of the line, extremely dairy, extremely open individual, just maybe not that body capacity or that spring or rib to compete with the young man's here today.
Placings for class 47, first place, Jonathan Vaughn. Second, Keziah Dunham. We're now showing class 48, Saanen senior kids.
Another single entry here in our Saanen kid class, and one that is got to be commended for her dairy strength. In terms of her general appearance, though, she's really angular, she's really sharp. In terms of that rear end, I really like that rump structure, that arch, that escutcheon when viewed from the rear, having room for that mammary system from when she would develop one. One thing I would like to change about her is that front end assembly. For me, she's a little pushed forward in that shoulder going past that brisket, but could have withstood some competition in the senior kid class.
First place in class 48 is exhibited by Haley Summerfield. We're now showing class 49, Saanen senior yearlings.
All right, in this senior yearling class of the Saanen breed, I am going to go ahead and start with one. For me, I think she's the truest in regards to that general appearance. I really like that top line when on the move. She's the longest rump-structured individual, widest from throw to throw, especially when viewed from the rear. Would like to clean up that front end assembly just a little bit, get her to stride out, be a little bit more relaxed in regards to that front end, and then have that head and neck smooth, blend a little smoother down into those withers, kind of like the young man's doe standing here in two. 2 over 3, for me, this is a little bit closer placing, a little bit smaller statured individual, but for me, just an extremely daring individual. Go to get your hands on her. She's really, really open in terms of that rib. Maybe not showcasing nearly as much spring of rib as the young lady standing in 3 today. 3 over 4 in her turn, just total length of body, length and depth of that barrel, a little bit more desirable in regards to that shape of barrel in regards to the young lady standing here in 4. Young lady here in 4, just wish she was a little bit more true in regards to her width through that chest floor and width through the Hawksman on the move to be more competitive with the does ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 49. First place, Carter Blankenship. Second, Jonathan Vaughn. Third, Jonathan Vaughn. Fourth, Keziah Dunham. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Saanen Junior Doe.
So the 4 does closest to me are those who are in contention for our Saanen champion. And for me, I think there are 2 does here in terms of growth and maturity in relationship to their age that kind of surface for me for our champion of breed, and it's the 2 here in the middle. Nothing to take away from our junior kid. Wish I could fix that front end just a little bit better, make her blend a little bit smoother from that neck down into that shoulder, not make her shoulder as bold, push forward in front of that brisket. Nothing to take away from the young man's yearling. I love the growth. I love the maturity. Just wish we could fix that top line a little bit, especially the withers from the neck into the withers, to be a little bit more competitive with the 2 younger kids in front of her. And then so for me, when we really start comparing the 2, I think one just really puts the pieces a little bit better together for me, especially being a little bit smoother, blended from that head and neck into that front end, a little bit sharper in terms of the point of her withers, a little bit more desirable rump structure in regards to that width of rump from thorough to thorough, and keeping that width and then creating that angulation in that rear leg set. The young lady senior kid is going to be my champion today. And the young man's with the intermediate is going to be my reserve.
Your champion, Sable Junior Doe, is exhibited by Haley Summerfield. Her trophy is sponsored by Johnson Brother Livestock. Your reserve champion, Sable Junior Doe, is shown by Jonathan Vaughn. His trophy is sponsored by the Haywood family. We are now showing Class 50 Sable Intermediate Kids.
With this first class at Sables, I think we have one here. The head of line just really excels the class in regards to general appearance. Just extremely upstanding individual. She's tall at the point of those withers. Nice even slope all the way back to her pin set. For me, just when you're able to see her from the side profile, just a really eye-catching individual. That angulation, that rear leg, perpendicular hawk to ground, rear leg set, really commending individual to start off this class. 2 over 3, a little bit closer placing. There are some trade-offs. I am going to go ahead with a larger frame, larger outline doe. For me, just showcasing a little bit more depth of barrel, depth of that rear barrel than what we're seeing on the young ladies doe standing here in 3. Love the levelness of top line of these young ladies doe here in 3, especially from hooks to pins. Maybe not just as wide from throw to throw as the young ladies ahead of her. The young man's here at the end of the line. Nothing to take away, extremely open individual, just not that true width, true substance to be able to compete with those 3 ahead today.
Placings for Class 50. First place, Kennedy Gould. Second, Haley Summerfield. Third, Harley Summerfield. And fourth, Christopher Myers. We're now showing Class 51, Sable Senior Yearling.
All right, single entry here in our senior yearling class, and a really stylish individual, especially in regards to that front end. Really love that front end assembly with that shoulder. For me, I like to clean up her rear end a little bit, make her a little bit wider from throw to throw, making a little bit true natural width between the hocks when on the move. But when viewed from the profile, Showman does a really good job of setting her up to try to not showcase that shortness as much, but well deserving of blue ribbon today.
Placings for Class 51. First place, Harley Summerfield. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Sable Junior Doe.
All right, this is my champion lineup for our Sable Junior kids, and for me, I think there's one that just excels over the other in regards to that general appearance. Just like I talked about her in class, my intermediate is going to be my champion today. Then for me, I think it gets a little bit closer in regards to my second place intermediate and my first place senior yearling. Both have their trade-offs, both similar top lines, similar structures, but for their age and maturity and also looking at their bone pattern, I am going to stick in that same class for my intermediate to be my reserve. You're welcome.
Your champion, Saanen Junior Doe, or Sable, excuse me, is shown by Kennedy Gould. Her trophy is sponsored by Johnson Brothers Livestock. The reserve champion, Sable Junior Doe, is shown by Haley Summerfield, and her trophy is sponsored by the Haywood family. Now in the ring, Class 52, Toggenburg Junior Kids.
A single entry here in our Toggenburg Junior Kids, a really wide individual, a really upstanding individual for her age. Could have withstood some good competition, being an extremely deep-bodied individual, well-deserving of a blue ribbon.
First place in Class 52 is exhibited by Landon Gould. Now in the ring, Class 53, Toggenburg Intermediate Kids.
Another single entry here in our Toggenburg kid class, and for me, a doe that I think that we can get a little bit more height in terms of that shoulder, just to make her a little bit more balanced in regards to that top line. Tremendous depth to that barrel, tremendous width throughout, well deserving of a blue ribbon again today.
Placings for Class 53, first place to Austin Hensley. We're now showing Class 54, Toggenburg Senior Yearlings.
All right, and our senior yearlings of our Toggenburg breed, for me, I'm going to go ahead and start with the one that's just a little bit more deeper in terms of that body capacity with that depth of barrel, that depth of rear barrel. Maybe not the cleanest in regards to that front end assembly, but she's the longest, a little bit more desirable in regards to that rump structure, a little bit more angular, that rear leg set than what we're seeing on the doe standing in two. A tremendously open and daring individual. Love her front end assembly. Just needs to be a little bit wider throughout to be more competitive with the doe ahead of her today.
Placings for Class 54, first place, Austin Hensley. Second, Nicole Hensley. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Toggenburg Junior Doe.
All right, so this is my champion lineup for the Toggenburg breed, and for me, I think there's one doe that just really separates herself in regards to general appearance, and she's got the cleanest, most correct front end assembly, having a smoother head and neck, blending down into that shoulder and long level top line, more structurally correct and more desirably correct in that rump structure. My junior kid is going to be my champion today. And then for reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer between the two. But for me, in regards to trying to match our champion of the day, in regards to that front end, a little bit more being cleaner in terms of that head and neck, I am going to go to my yearling for reserve.
Your champion, Toggenburg Junior Doe, is exhibited by Landon Gould. His trophy is sponsored by Hillside Dairy Vaughn family. Your reserve champion, Toggenburg Junior Doe, is exhibited by Austin Hensley. His trophy is sponsored by Vaughn's Lawn Care. We're now showing Class 55 Mini Nubian Doe. Your placing is for Class 55. First place to William Baker. Second, Natalie Hurt. Now entering the ring, Class 56 Mini Nubian Junior Yearling.
All right, so we have a single entry here in our mini Nubian breed and a really stylish mini Nubian in regards to that levelness of that top line. Really good rump structure too, because for Nubians it's really hard to obtain a really good rump structure, really deserving of blue ribbon today.
Placings for Class 56. First place, Ethan Hurt. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Mini Nubian.
All right, so for my champion lineup here for my mini Nubian breeds, two does that are closest to me are in contention for champion. And I think I like the one in regards to her front end assembly much better than the other. She's a lot longer, a lot more level across that top line, especially in the area of the rump when on the move. The young man here at the end of the line, he's going to be my champion today. And then when I see the young lady's second place in class, the young man's first place in class, very comparable in terms of their likes and kinds. But for me, I am going to go ahead and go with the larger outline individual with just a little bit more dariness and open a rib. The young man here at the head of my line is going to be reserved.
Your champion, Mini Nubian, is exhibited by William Baker. Reserve champion, Ethan Hurt. Now entering the ring, Class 57, best three females.
All right, so this is our first class. This is each exhibitor's best three females. And Normally with this, like especially at open shows and stuff, we try to split them amongst breeds and that kind of stuff. But obviously with a 4-H show, it's really hard for some of us to be able to stay within the same breed. But when we look at best 3 females, you look at consistency of good type, especially when you do have mixed breeds, being true to the breed characteristics, and then also conformation and all that good stuff to go along with it. All of these groups in here are really, really good, from the combination of mature and young does to just young does to all mature does. But for me, when I look across the board, and especially re-evaluating just real briefly in regards to each one of these goats, styles and qualities amongst it to fit the scorecard, the group down here at my end with the 2 Lamanchas and the Oberhaslis is going to be my best 3 females today.
Your champion dairy best 3 females is exhibited by Jordan LaFoon. We're now showing class 58 dairy mother-daughter.
All right, so this is my dairy mother-daughter, and so like they bring out a dam and a daughter, and so we try to look at the similarities amongst them, but then also within the daughter, trying to see improvements in the daughter from their respective breeding programs, and really good quality from top to bottom in regards to consistency of type. But for me, I think there's a couple groups out there that really show that vast improvement from the mother to the daughter. Some of these are both in milk, some of them that's just one in milk, but for me, I think the combo that really does it the best is this group second in line here with the mature Saanen and the Alpine type doe here. They will be my champion mother-daughter.
Your champion dairy mother-daughter is exhibited by Kezia Dunham. Her trophy is sponsored by RK General Cleaning. Now entering the ring, class 59, Dairy Goat Weathers.
All right, so for this light class of weathers, for me, when I evaluate dairy weathers is probably one of the hardest things to evaluate just because the goat's main purpose is dairy first, then meat animals second. And so when we get in these lightweight classes, there's a lot of them that I've got to really start sorting and figure out, okay, the greatest amount of either potential or amount of product today when they get sent to the rail. And for me, the young lady's Nigerian type here, the head of the line fits that bill for me. He's just the fullest about his brisket, really walking around on a functional skeleton when you go to get your hands on him. Somewhat expansive through that rack. He's starting to develop that product over that loin. He's got some substance to that rear leg. A really good weather to start off this lightweight class. The young lady's Lamancha type weather over the Alpine type weather. For me, this is product potential as of right now. The rack is just a little bit more fuller, but loin and rear leg, they're both very, very similar in their likes and kinds. So when we start looking at a structural perspective, the Lamancha type's got the greatest amount of potential from width throughout, openness and through that chest over the weathers remaining in class. The young lady's Alpine type here, the smaller framed over the larger frame. For me, just a functional skeleton. I really like the top line, and the young lady is standing fourth in line. But again, top line, that kind of structure for weathers isn't really that big of an influence. But for me today, the young lady's functionality here is going to sort over the really nice top line individual here. Be 4 over 5 in their turn. When you get in behind them, the greatest amount of width. Open up through that rib, open up through that rear leg and those hocks. Again, more room for product. And the two weathers here at the end of the line, just not enough there, especially being lightweight weathers for the Alpine breed to be able to be more competitive today.
Placings for class 59. First place, Emma Kendall. Second, Bailey Sainer. Third, Emma Verhey. Fourth, Allison Verhey. Fifth, Cooper Verhey. And sixth, Brock Summerfield. We're now showing class 60 dairy goat weathers.
this class of weather sorted themselves pretty easy, especially when you go get your hands on the young lady's Nubian weather here, the head of the line, especially when you go to get over that rack and that loin, just extremely firm to the touch. He still has some room for improvement in terms of being able to put more muscle shape to him, especially in that loin. He's got that wide development. Now he's just got to develop that thickness of that loin. When you go to wrap your hand around that rear leg, he's got the most amount of product in that rear leg too over the remaining weathers in the class. Really good one to start with. The young lady's Lamancha type here, very expansive through that rack, very firm to the touch. I think where she starts getting the clear advantages over the Nubian type is that width of loin. Not necessarily the most expansive in terms of total amount of product, but product potential is there because of that width. The young man's Nubian over the young lady's Alpine type here, standing in 4. For me, it's a functionality placing on the young man's Nubian type, width through that chest floor, width all the way throughout, especially over that top line. He's got a little bit longer loin edge than what the young lady's Alpine does here in 4. 4 over 5 in his turn, just expansive front end. He's really thick through his brisket, really expressional throughout. Where it's kind of disappointing is that rear leg, but in terms of the weathers behind him, it's good enough to start there. The young lady's Alpine over the young lady's Saanen type weathers here. For me, he is a little bit shorter bodied individual, but still in terms of product potential, I think he's got the greatest. He's got the longest loin, biggest amount of leg room. And the young lady's Saanen here, really, really dairy individual for me. The Saanen breed is one of those breeds that's really hard to put muscle and weight on. The young lady's Nubian here, he just needs more days on feet. He's got the potential there. He's got a nice loin development, but just everywhere else isn't expressible as those that were ahead of him today.
Placings for Class 60. First, Parker Walters. Second, Emily Stout. Third, Levi Stevenson. Fourth, Madeline Denham. Fifth, Mallory Denham. Sixth, Haley Summerfield. And seventh, Bailey Coleman. We're now showing Class 61 Dairy Goat Weathers.
All right, in this third class of weathers, this Nubian type weather here, the head of the line, to me, he's got the most amount of product, the greatest amount of potential still. Right now is where we're really starting to find that edge in relationship to body size in terms of being the most market ready. For me, this young man's here, the head of the line is going to have the least amount of waist in regards to being the most amount of product, and then also especially that loin edge. He's got about a week or so in terms of that loin edge to really get firmed and get some thickness to it, but a really complete weather here at the head of the line. Young ladies, tan and white Lamancha over the black Lamancha. This was a really close placing, but for me it was over that loin that really got the handle for me. Both very expressional, starting to fill out in that brisket, which is kind of like the final finishing indicator. And then you go to get your hand on that rear leg. The young ladies, tan and white, does a really good job of expressing that as well. The black Lamancha over the Nubian, this is total product advantage. He's really expansive throughout, really on a functional skeleton, really wide framework. He can go a few more days as well on feed to be able to get that maximum product potential. Young ladies, Nubian over the Tog. For me, this is that loin edge, the length of loin, width of loin over the Toggenburg wether here. Surprisingly for this Toggenburg wether being a really, really dairy breed, very expressional over that loin edge, but everywhere else is where he's kind of lacking in regards to those wethers ahead of him. And the young lady Saanen Nubian type here at the end, just not enough product, especially over that loin edge to be competitive with those wethers ahead of her.
Placings for Class 61, first place, Levi Stevenson. Second, Sharon Schultz. Third, Madeline Denham. Fourth, Madeline Denham. Fifth, Jordan Skinner. And sixth, Chloe Pierciak. We're now showing Class 62 Dairy Goat Wethers.
This is a really good class of dairy wethers from top to bottom. The young lady's Nubian wether here, I think just viewed from the side, and I think you guys can see from seats too that he's just the most expression, the most full about his rack, just the most overall total product, the least amount of fat. Also, too, I think he's really, really close to those final days of being able to maximize that yield grade. But for me, he's just expansive through that brisket, very, very firm, very, very wide to that loin, and very expressional in terms of that rear leg. That front end is just a tremendous amount of product in relationship to the wethers standing behind him. A really good wether to start off this class. The Lamancha type over the Alpine type, this is a really close placing. For me, unfortunately, I think the Alpine type is just a little bit shorter in his loin, giving him a little bit amount of least product of what we're seeing on this Lamancha. And again, when we're trying to maximize product potential, that loin is one of the primal cuts for the dairy wethers. And so for me to maximize that, I am going to go ahead and go with this Lamancha. They're very comparable in regards to that brisket and through that center body, but it's that loin advantage that the young ladies Lamancha 2 over the young ladies Alpine type wether here in 3. The Alpine in 3 over the young man's in 4. This is a really close placing too. Like I said, top to bottom, this is a really good class of wethers. Just most amount of product, probably the firmest to the touch in that loin edge. The young man's here at the end of the line. Nothing to take away from his. It's just he ran into some heavy hitters at the beginning. His products, they're probably just not as firm, and so he's still a couple days away from being maximizing that product as well.
Placings for Class 62, first place, Katie Holmes. Second, Blair Schultz. Third, Bethany Skinner. Fourth, Eli Cox. We're now showing Class 63, Nigerian Dwarf Weathers.
So really unique that you guys keep your Nigerians together just because of those product advantages, I guess, in regards to the standard breeds. So keeping these guys all together makes it real nice to be able to make it a little bit easier to compare. And the young lady here at the head of the line, in regards to just the greatest amount of product, that weather is just the firmest to touch, especially over that rack. A little bit more expansive, broken open over that rib than what we're seeing on the weather standing behind him. And probably not the longest in terms of weathers. I think that belongs to this young lady's chocolate and white type weather here, especially in terms of that loin. And that's where he's going to have that advantage over the young ladies and probably the smallest framed. But when you go to get your hands on that smallest framed weather, really, really expansive throughout, especially over that rack. And the young ladies here at the end, it's just that loin edge is just a little soft to the touch for me today to be able to be more competitive with those three ahead of him.
Placings for Class 63, first place, Madeline Denham. Second, Mallory Denham. Third, Madeline Myers. Fourth, Mallory Denham. We're now showing Class 64, Nigerian Dwarf Weathers.
All right, so for this last class of Nigerian weathers, the young lady here at the head of the line for me, she's got the tallest framed, largest outlined individual for the greatest amount of product, and that's when you go to get your hands on, still holds true in relationship to the three weathers standing directly behind him today. When you go to get your hands on him, he's really full through that brisket, still walking around on a real functional skeleton, keeping that width all the way throughout. A really good weather for the second class. 2 over 3, a little bit closer placing in my mind. They're both very similar in terms of their structure in regards to that loin edge, but for me, it's just total expansiveness. I think that this Aube-colored Nigerian has that advantage. And probably not as full in the brisket, but it's definitely got a much larger, wider rear leg than what the cream Weather here, third in line has 3/4, just sheer amount of product, especially that loin edge advantage. The young ladies here at the end, nothing to take away, just a little bit shorter in that loin in comparison, and the weather is ahead of him to be a little bit more competitive today, but good quality top to bottom in this Nigerian weather class.
Placings for Class 64, first, Marianne Barker. Second, Madeline Myers. Third, Blair Schultz. Fourth, Madeline Myers. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Nigerian dwarf weather.
All right, so this is my lineup for champion Nigerian weathers, and the two closest to me are first place. The two farthest from me are second place in their respective classes. And for Nigerians, they're really, really cool in regards to the amount of product that they have and a very small framework. But when we go to evaluate them from a true product potential, I think one, especially between the two first place, has a clear advantage, especially in that rear leg. They're both really firm over that top, especially in the area of that loin. The one's a little bit more expansive through that chest floor as well, showing just a little bit more product potential. The young lady here at the head of the line is going to be my champion Nigerian weather today. And then when we bring in second place and compare it to my first place in my other class, this is where I think it gets really, really close. I think there are some trade-offs amongst them. But unfortunately for me, I think you've got to go with the total amount of product for this Nigerian weather, especially from firmness as well, because they're both really equal. I'm going to stay in that same class, and my second place is going to be reserved today.
Your champion Nigerian weather is exhibited by Madeline Denham. Her trophy is sponsored by Nate and Paula Holmes. Your reserve champion Nigerian weather is exhibited by Mallory Denham. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation. We're now showing Class 65 Dairy Goat weathers.
So as we start getting into the aged wethers, for me, and not only do I look at product, because for some of these guys, they're going to be past their prime in regards to their size and stature, but then for me, it's a functionality perspective, because for some of these, depending upon your interpretation of aged wethers, are pretty much like farm stand animals, where they're going to stay on the farm and want to be functional as possible, but also still try to be product oriented. The young man's here, the head of the line for me, especially for being the smaller in regards to that standard breed. For me, he's the most functional in terms of his skeleton. He's tremendously wide throughout, doesn't tend to funnel down to the base of his skeleton when you go to get your hands on him. Over that loin, he's a little soft, but in terms of that brisket, that rack, and that rear leg, he's still pretty firm to the touch, which is something I really like to see as they are still maturing. The young lady's Lamancha wether over the young man's Nigerian type wether. Again, this is a sheer mass perspective in relationship to skeletal size. For me, there's just more amount of product there. For me, I wish he was staying a little bit more true in terms of his width throughout, especially from that chest floor out through his hocks, because I think if he was a little wider through that hock, it would present him well, especially in terms of that rear leg set. Young man's 3/4 in his turn. For me, from a functionality perspective, he's a little bit bolder in that shoulder, a little bit more opened up in terms of that rib in relationship to the young ladies in 4/5. This was a close placing in my mind for me. I'm going with just a little bit longer individual with a little bit more product, especially in regards to that rear leg and brisket than what we're seeing on the young lady in 5/6 in his turn. Maybe not the longest in regards to his loin edge, but for me, from a structural perspective, it's still correct with that width through the hocks, especially when viewed from the rear. The Nubian type over the Nigerian type, this is a product placing. There's not much difference between them, but the loin edges, I think, is where it's that clear-cut advantage for me. It's just still a little bit firmer. The young man's here at the end of the line, just a little bit washed out around that loin edge and starting to lose some of that overall product. But top to bottom, good class of 2-year-old wethers.
Placings for Class 65. First place, Corbin Bolhofer. Second, Emily Stout. Third, Shiloh Martin. Fourth, Gina Doak. Fifth, Gina Doak. Sixth, Jude Carmichael. And seventh, Archer Tilley. We're now showing Class 66, Dairy Goat Wethers.
So kind of like I said with that last class of wethers, I'm looking at functionality, future of these wethers, still making sure that they're functional on a good set of feet and legs, still being angular, still being structurally correct throughout, even though their production purposes are no more. Their meat value is still there. And so still being wide throughout, wide through that chest floor, and wide through those hocks just gives them more amount of room for product. The young man, Young man's up at the head of the line. His wether is just way more expansive. He's more elevated at the point of his wethers. He is a longer-bodied individual, extremely long loin on this Nigerian type wether here, standing at the head of the line. Just greatest amount of product, especially through that chest floor. Really, really strong advantage over the wethers standing behind him. Good one to start here. 2 over 3 then in his turn. This, to me, there's some trade-offs amongst the two. And for me, it's that expansive front end of this black wether here. The head of the line just really, really does it for me. He's just still really, really cool in terms of that shoulder. Still lays nice and neat in terms of that front end assembly. Not starting to fall apart, especially at the point of elbow, like the young lady standing here in 3. Third wether over the fourth wether, for me, a little bit smaller featured, but for me still the most structurally correct, strongest set of feet and legs, walking on a stronger set of rear passers, still keeping that little bit true functionality throughout, especially that front end. And then we start talking about product, still product driven over that top side, unlike these last 2 wethers here at the end. The tan-colored or cream-colored wether here over the tri-colored at the end. For me, this is product potential. I know that they're 2-year-olds, but for me, when still looking at these Nigerian types, that they still have an opportunity to be able to be more expansive. And the cream-colored here is just wider through his chest floor, more expansive about that rib. The young man's at the end of the line. The young man's at the end of the line, if it's just a little bit longer, especially in the area of that loin, and then get a little bit more product on that rear leg, would be more competitive today.
Placings for Class 66. First place, Archer Tilly. Second, Aurora Tilly. Third, Archer Tilly. And fourth, Archer Tilly. We'll now be showing Class 67 Dairy Goat Wethers.
All right, so for this class of aged wethers, definitely taking a little different perspective in regards to evaluating these guys, just because for me, I think once they start getting like this 3 to 5 year old range, we're starting to lose actual product orientation of these guys. So then like for me, I'm literally taking these and evaluating them to like their breed scorecards. And so like for me in terms of conformation, breed characteristics, and those kinds of things is kind of how I'm placing this class today. And for me, I'm going to start with a young ladies Nigerian wether here at the head of the line. For me, he's just a little bit more practical, a little bit more functional for the Nigerian breed. Short-statured, big-chested, big-framed individual, keeping that width all the way throughout from chest floor all the way out through hocks. And then especially with him, again, these guys being older in age, carrying more weight, start looking at imperfections as well in terms of pasterns, feet and legs, and those kinds of things. And I think the Nigerian wether holds up pretty well. The young lady's Lamancha wether over the young lady's Nubian. For me, he's just a large frame, large outline individual, very typical of the Lamancha breed, especially on the buck side of things. I just wish he's a little bit wider throughout, especially out through his hocks than what he is. He's shown a tremendous chest floor, keeping that width all the way throughout he gets to that barrel, and once you get to that stifle, down to that hock and dew claw and trying to figure out where that width is, that's where he really starts to taper on the bottom side of his skeleton. The young lady's Nubian wether here over the young lady's Nigerian wether here. For me, this was a really close placing, but for me, in regards to the Nubian breed, there's a bunch of different styles to Nubians, and for me, in terms of this front end is what I really, really liked about this Nubian wether, but for me in that top line is where we could be improved, especially in the area of that chine. The young lady's Nigerian over the young man's Nigerian. For me, I think these three were actually very close to each other, but for me, from a functionality perspective, walking on much stronger set of feet and legs, probably not as wide throughout as the young man's predominantly brown wether here, but still good enough to sort ahead. The young man's brown over the young man's black, Nigerian type mini Nubian wether here. For me, it's just that big bold rib, squared through that chest floor, keeping that width all the way down on the bottom side of the skeleton as the remaining three wethers here start to taper a little bit more down towards the bottom edge of their skeletons. The mini Nubian here over the Nigerian type, second from the end, for me just a total longer package, longer loin, longer rump style, a little bit more desirable in regards to that structure than what we see on the Nigerian type here. Second to the end. Second to the end over the end. This was a close placing, I think, in my mind, too, just in terms of a functionality perspective. But the one standing second from the end is walking on a stronger set of feet and legs. Probably not as wide throughout, but definitely a longer topped individual for a more product-oriented purpose. And young ladies here at the end, nothing to take away from him. He just ran into bigger, more powerful wethers here in this age class to place any higher today.
Placings for class 67. First place, Emily Stout. Second place, Emily Stout. Third, Ella Franklin. Fourth, Brooklyn Carmichael. Fifth, Archer Tilley. Sixth, Aurora Tilley. Seventh, Reagan Carmichael. And eighth, Aurora Tilley. We're now showing class 68 Dairy Goat Wethers.
All right, so for this aged wether class, we got a 7-year-old and a 6-year-old wether. For me, the 7-year-old's not nearly as wasty, especially in regards to his rear barrel like the 6-year-old is. He is walking on a weaker set of rear pasterns, thus kind of give him that more upstanding heel look, I guess. But for me, in terms of just a functionality perspective, in terms of conditioning and that kind of stuff as well, that 7-year-old's been a little bit more practical in regards to keeping that excess conditioning away while still trying to remain functional as possible. The young man's here, this 6-year-old here, nothing to take away, walking on a strong set of feet and legs for a 6-year-old. A little bit wasty in terms of that middle section, and then again for the weather perspective, trying to just eliminate as much waste as possible. Could have withstood, lose some of that, and could have withstood some competition with that one ahead of him today.
Placings for Class 68. First place, Cameron Gwynn. Second place, Mason Appleton. We're now showing Class 69, Kashmir Junior Kids.
All right, so in this first class of Kashmir goats, for these guys, these are going to be fiber goats. And so for being a kid born within the last 7 months here, not really starting to produce that fiber hair quite yet, but this guard coat that she is starting to produce is really, really nice, really long. It's starting to get to that length to be able to protect that fiber that's underneath. Could have withstood some competition today as a single entry.
First place in Class 69 was exhibited by William Baker. We are now showing Class 70, Kashmir Senior Kids.
All right, so for this class of fiber goats, I'm going to keep them the way they walked in for the purpose, especially right now, because they're not in that production phase of that fiber yet. So we're starting to look at the amount of guard hair that they have, which is that long, soft hair on the outside. And the young ladies here, the headline has a tremendous amount of that guard hair, which then hopefully in turns protects the largest amount of fiber, especially when it comes to that harvest potential from getting ratted, natted, and anything else that comes in between those fibers when it comes to harvest. Nothing to take away from the young ladies here in second, probably the larger frame to the two, which is going to then result in a greater amount of production of fiber. But as of today, in terms of that protection, the young lady is going to place 1 over 2 today. And then so like I talked about in that last class in regards to that guard hair production, in regards to making sure that that fiber is going to be protected. And I know ages is a big deal here, but for me, looking at the amount of fiber that's actually going to be protected today if we were going to harvest, I think it's pretty self-explanatory in regards of where I'm going for champion today. I'm going to stick with this older age class. First place is going to be grand, second's going to be reserved today.
We're now showing class 71 cashmere does. This will also be your champion and reserve champion.
All right, so for my senior does of the fiber breed, for me, I am going to go ahead and go with this smoked-colored doe here, the head of the line for my first place and also champion senior fiber doe. Because for me, again, from the fiber perspective, you want to look at the greatest amount of guard hair possible. But again, with it not being in that harvestable time frame, we're also looking at functionality, build, and those kinds of things as well. And for me, she's more appropriately conditioned today. She's got the largest amount of guard hair today. And then when we start looking at the second place doe, nothing to take away from her, a large framed individual, just needs a little bit more of that guard hair, especially once production does start to be more competitive with that doe ahead of her today.
Your champion cashmere senior doe is exhibited by Madeline Clark, reserve champion Alexis McLaughlin.
All right, so we have a 5-year-old fiber weather here, and for me, very still functional in bout of his skeleton. He's really long-bodied individual. Again, for the production of that fiber purpose, looking at that guard hair, he's starting to lose some towards his front end, but his rear end, he's got a lot of that guard hair. But then from a skeletal perspective, we'd like to widen him up just a little bit to be a little bit more practical, a little bit more functional, but well-deserving of blue ribbon today.
Your champion fiber weather is exhibited by Alexis McLaughlin. We're now showing class 73 fiber best 3 females.
All right, so with this single entry at best 3 females, especially from the fiber goat perspective, hopefully, especially in this kid here in the middle in terms of the amount of guard hair that's present, hopefully that means from a futuristic perspective in regards to actually harvesting that fiber, that it's going to be the greatest amount of fiber potential. But 3 really good quality does. You guys should be happy for exhibiting these fiber goats here today.
Your champion best 3 females is exhibited by Madeline Clark. We're now showing class 74 fiber mother-daughter.
All right, so just like the mother-daughter class that I talked about, the dairy goats here, starting to look at comparing not only the qualities from the mother down to the kid, but also the improvements in the kid as well, in which, again, I know age and that kind of stuff has a lot to do with it. But there are vast improvements, especially in terms of that structural skeletal width from that chest floor out through the hocks, but then also that development of that guard hair, just a lot more present and a lot more noticeable in the daughter than over the dam. But two really good pair for a single entry, well deserving of blue today.
Your champion fiber mother-daughter is exhibited by William Baker. His trophy is sponsored by RK Cleaning. We are going to take a quick 5-minute break and be back and start Class 75 Beginner Showmanship. Now entering the ring, Class 75, beginner showmanship.
All right, so for me, showmanship is kind of like what I put in my bio. Showmanship is kind of one of those things that I really am passionate about in regards to any species of any project with 4-H. I stress showmanship with my home county and all my kids to make sure that they understand the project and what all it entails. And then starting with beginners today, I was just talking with all of them there in the center, just kind of like what I expect for showmanship, especially from their level. And then moving forward, I don't want to say a whole lot on the mic just because I don't want to give away any tips and tricks and stuff to the kids that are still going to come out later today. But I told every single one of these kids out here that regardless of who wins, I have to pick one winner today. But all of them did a really, really good job showing all day today in their respective classes, whether they showed does or just wethers, or whatever the case may be. But for me, for this level, I essentially look and see who can set their goat up the best and who always knows where I'm at all times. And so for that, there's one I think that just kind of sorted themselves just a little bit quicker in one of those aspects, maybe not as much as the other, but in comparison to the rest of them in this respective class, they did it just a little bit better. The young lady at the head of the line is going to be my beginner showman.
Your champion beginner showman is Bailey Sainer. We'll now be showing class 76 junior showmanship.
All right, let's go ahead and give this next class of showmen a big round of applause. So for me, the older that we're getting, the more questions I'm asking and those kinds of things. And again, I'm not going to get into the details of what I'm asking because it carries over the next class. But for this class, just kind of like what I did the last class, I had them meet me at the 4-H Clover just to talk about the general synopsis of the class, kind of what I look forward in showmanship, especially within this respective age division. And again, kind of like what I told that last class is that I have to pick one showman today to be my class winner, but top to bottom, all these kids have done a really good job showing all day. And so for me, it came to just a couple of things. So like what I was talking with them, the big thing for me in this class was making sure that everybody knew where I was at all times. But then what I really started getting into is making sure that we are aware of my goat or your goat being set up appropriately the greatest amount of times, okay? Because as we get older, we want to make sure that we're always making sure that our animals are set up to the best of their ability. And that way, when I get around to look at it, it's hopefully showcasing the best qualities or giving me the best view. And for me, there is one individual I think that did a really, really good job with that. And then they also did a really, really good job at answering the questions when I pulled them one at a time to be able to answer and address those questions for me. The young lady at the end of the line with the Saanen is going to be my champion showman today.
Your champion junior dairy goat showman was Keziah Dunham. We will now be showing class 77, intermediate showmanship.
All right, let's go ahead and give these kids a big round of applause as they're making their way back around. With a showmanship class like this, it's really hard to try to work quickly and efficiently and that kind of stuff because there's 14 of them that are really, really good quality showmen. So I want to make sure, as I said in my bio, that showmanship is kind of like where I really want to see and what these kids know about their projects, and they're able to explain to me what it is that they've learned the most and what they've taken away from the project, so on and so forth. So I really don't want to shorten any of these members of my time just because I know my time is short, but also at the same time that they get enough out of me as well. I met with all of them just like I did the previous classes, but for me, I think there's 3 individuals that really sort themselves up to the top that I've got to try to pick in between. And for today, these 3 individuals, it's like fine line stuff, guys. There's just a couple of things that I would like to see improved on, whether it's describing the goats in the ring, how you slightly set your animals up a little bit different, or those kinds of things. But from top to bottom, all 14 of these kids, I mean, ranging from, I think, 6, 7, 8 years of experience, all the way down to 1 year of experience, I could hardly tell the difference between them. So you guys as showmen and you guys as parents should really be proud of this group. But for me, there's one individual I think that really separates themselves to the top, just in regards to the way they're able to explain just the goat industry itself. They're really familiar with the breeds. They're really familiar with the breed that they are handling. They really understand what dairy or breed character is like. And so like when I brought these individuals up, they really broke down their breeds really, really well. And so for me, like I said, it's really fine line stuff, but I think if I come back tomorrow and to rework these kids, I may be slightly different. But for me, my champion showman out of this class is going to be the young man at the head of the line with the mature Saanen doe.
Your champion intermediate showman was Jonathan Gould. His trophy is sponsored by Winds of We All Dairy Goats, the Laffoon family. We're now showing for champion senior showman. Now entering the ring, Class 80 Boer Goat Weathers.
Today, I think I'm faithful for air conditioning and a great facility to work out of. This first set of weathers that came into the ring, if your quality keeps on going all day, I think we're in for a great show. This one that starts out the class, he's going to be the most balanced, the biggest handling, the right type of muscle. Now, these guys that are right here, you're seconds, you're going to come right in front of him. Now, our second place, he's longer, more extended, but when you put him into motion, I don't think he blends his shoulders as well. I don't think he's as wide from behind. I think he handles real big up high. I just want to see him better balanced on the move today. We round out our top three with one that's big-ended, has some muscle, just gets a little plainer compared to those others in front of him. As we work on down the class, I think we can group these together. These lightweight weathers are just lacking the muscle compared to the rest of them to move up in class. We just need to have more shape, have better look. Let's put our hands together for them.
Placings for Class 80. First place, Allie Moore. Second, Cyrus Sheets. Third, Clayton Moore. Fourth, Madison Sheets. Fifth, Avery Moore. And sixth, Ava Kendall. We're now showing Class 81 Boer Goat Weathers.
Awesome set of second class of weathers we've got here. This one that leads off the class, I think he does it quite handily. I think this one's the biggest muscled, most expressive, best touching one in the class. He still walks good. He still looks good from the side. I think that makes him unique. He needs to win. Now from there, I think there's some discussion. I think this black-headed one, I think that one's really good compositionally. I think he's really good in terms of muscle. That's what lands him there in second. But compared to our class winner, that one's just not tricked out enough for me. Now we move on down here to this third place one. I really like his look from the side. But when you get on top of this one and get behind him, he's not carrying enough weight today over top of his skeleton to really show me that muscle. He's going to have to go third. Now we're going to go fourth with a coarse one that's super heavy muscle. I'd just like to see that one's pieces blend a little smoother for me. Now as we move past our top four, I think there's some more goats here like the last class we can start to group together. They don't have enough shape for me. They're not extended enough. They don't have enough tricked out pieces there to be in the top end. But what a nice set. Let's put our hands together for them. Good job. Almost handed him the mic.
We're running.
Placings for Class 81. First place, Emily Seaman. Second, Hensley Mosley. Third, Nicholas Bush. Fourth, Tayton Mosley. Fifth, Lydia Biddle. Sixth, Clayton Moore. Seventh, Samuel Oswald. And eighth, Kennedy Alkire. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, lightweight Boer goat weather.
Awesome set of lightweights here. I think when we get an hour to drive and we start studying on them, the champion needs to be the most mature one with the most muscle, the best look. It's going to be the young lady right here in front of me. She'll be your champion. As we go for a reserve, I think there's one out here that follows him in terms of muscle and shape, just not as far along today. Your reserve in this division is going to be the young lady in front of me on the left.
Your champion lightweight Boer goat weather is exhibited by Emily Seaman. Your reserve champion lightweight was exhibited by Allie Moore. We will now be showing Class 82 Boer goat weathers.
second. Go right over there. I don't want to talk about you guys here on the camera. We don't get mixed up here. This light-headed one that starts the class off, I think he's the best balanced, best muscled, hardest touching one. He's the most extended. He has to win today. Now, when we get past that, I think there's an argument to be had here between second and third. That second place goat is the most expressive. He's the biggest touching out of any in the class. But he can't get out there and move. So, when we have it down here in third place, we've got one that can really walk out well, but he doesn't touch nearly as hard. Now, this is a market class. We're going to put that expressive, big muscle, big touching one second today. The sound one that doesn't offer as much muscle or as much expression or as much look, he's going to go third. Now, as we work our way down, I think we've got another one here that's expressive and has some muscle, just gets too plain for me. And I think that consistently describes as we keep going down. We keep losing muscle and we keep losing look. So we just got to be heavier muscled. We got to have some more look for me. We have to be more expressive. Put your hands together for him again.
Placings for Class 82, first place, Maxwell Perez Escobedo. Second, Lydia Biddle. Third, Carson Dice. Fourth, Grady Martin. Fifth, Noah Lyons. Sixth, Briella Rainey. Seven, Sarah Lyons. And eighth, Taylor Reilly. We're now showing Class 83 Boer Goat Weathers.
This white one that starts off the class, this one's a show pony. This one gets out there and has arrogance and presence. He's really well presented. Everything ties together on him. I really can tie into that one. I like him a lot. I think he needs to win the class, and I think he does so handily. We move down here to second, and we've got a really stout featured one. He doesn't have the handle qualities that first one, but he's got the advantage in terms of base width coming to you, going away, and over the top. Now we move down here to this third place one, and he gives you that great look from the side. He's got expression. You get over top of him and you start handling it on him. I'd like to see him a little better through his hip-loin junction. I want to see him a little stouter featured, a little more pulled apart compared to that one in front of him. We move down here to this black-headed one, and that one's got super in terms of muscle. He's big bone and stout featured. Now what's wrong with him? He's way too masculine. This one gets coarse. But he's packing a lot of product. This is a meat goat show. This thing is full of that, and I think he deserves right here in fourth. Now, as we move our way down, we've got another one here that's longer-sided, needs to have a little more expression. It's pretty nice weathers here to round out the class. Let's put our hands together for him again.
Placings for Class 83. First place, Grady Martin. Second, Grace Klinkhammer. Third, Michaela Spray. Fourth, Samuel Oswald. Fifth, Grady Martin. Sixth, Delaney Haywood. And seventh, Marianne Barker. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, middleweight, Boer Goat Weather.
All right, let's go ahead and give these showmen a big round of applause. All right, so for me, I'm going to talk real quick about this senior showmanship class. Like I told them when we were all up here, top to bottom, really good quality showmen. Probably one of the toughest senior showmanship classes I've had the honor of evaluating this year as I'm traveling around central and northern Indiana for showmanship and county fairs. You guys should really be proud of yourselves, and I told each one of those kids that today, that they should be really proud of their ability to showcase their animals, the knowledge of their animals, and so on within each of their breeds and species that they have shown today. But for me, I think there's a couple individuals that sort themselves up to the top really easy for me. And then once it comes down to sorting those two, it's really, really nitpicky. I caught one off just a little bit towards the beginning. I caught one off just a little bit here towards the end. But overall, top to bottom, I think really, really good quality showmen. And kind of like with that last class, I feel if I were to come back tomorrow with the same group or those same two individuals, it'd be really, really close for me. But today, I think the one that separated themselves just a little bit further on top of my list is just their overall knowledge of the dairy goat industry, the breeds, and those kinds of things, and kind of what they like and what they don't like about their animals. The young lady with the Lamancha is going to be my senior showman today.
Your champion senior dairy goat showman is Jordan Laffoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Winds of We All Dairy Goats, the Laffoon family.
Really high quality set of weathers here in our drive. I think it comes down to some pretty simple decision type things. One of them stouter featured, more opened up, just more of him. The other one, he's terminal made, hard touching, long and extended. I just want to see him built a little better. I want to see him a little stouter featured. I'll put the mic down and go out here and get you a grand and reserve here in our division.
Your champion middleweight Boer goat weather is exhibited by Grady Martin. Your reserve champion middleweight is exhibited by Maxwell Perez Escobedo. We'll now be showing class 84A Boer goat weathers.
We're starting to move up in terms of weight and getting a little heavier. We're getting into some composition issues as well. But this one that leads off the class, he's expressive, he's hard touching, he's wide base, and he's got a good look from the side. He needs to start it. He wins it easy for me. This one that comes into second, he's long and extended. He wants to get too flat-sided compared to our class winner, too narrow from behind. But he's still got the advantage when it comes to look, when it comes to touch, when it comes to expression in between that second and third pair there. Now as we move down, we've got one that's got just more substance, a little stouter featured, carrying more muscle. We're going to round out the class with the one that's just too plain for me, but it's long and extended, going to hang a good carcass. Let's put our hands together for him.
Placings for Class 84A. First place, Lucas Bush. Second place, Emily Seaman. Third, Delaney Haywood. Fourth, Jacob Hack. We are now showing Class 84B Boer Goat Weathers.
High quality duo here at the top. These two are really competitive. I think where it makes the difference is when you put them into motion. I think this one that wins the class is sounder, blends his pieces a little better, has a better set to his shoulder compared to that second place. He's a little more tucked up through his midsection, looks a little better from the side. Now that's not to take away anything from this weather. This guy's got a lot of muscle. He's wide-based. He's good looking. Just needs to be tucked up in terms of his center portion. Just needs to blend his pieces a little better on the move. Still a super nice one to come into second. Now we work our way down. I think we can quickly start to group these together. They're starting to lose muscle. This next one, he's big-ended. He just doesn't have that type of handle quality of those two in front of him. But he's still stout-featured, deserves to be there. We work our way down. We get to the next one. This one's a little flatter-sided. Offers a good look from the side. We round out the class with the two that are just a little more common. I just think they need to have more muscle, be more opened up, give me more of a show ring look to move up in the class today. Put your hands together for him, guys.
Placings for Class 84B. First place, Skylar Sheets. Second, Hollis Mosley. Third, Alexis Wallace. Fourth, Addison Quinton. Fifth, John Hack. And sixth, Marianne Barker. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion heavyweight Boer Goat Weather.
As we work our way into these heavyweights and into this division, I think there's a pair of them out here that are super similar in terms of muscle shape and being stout featured, being pulled apart, being three-dimensional, those kind of animals that I'm looking for today. Now they're going to be the two on the end here. That's going to be your grand reserve in this division. Let's put your hands together for them.
Your champion heavyweight Boer Goat Weather is exhibited by Skylar Sheets. Your reserve champion heavyweight is exhibited by Hollis Mosley. We will now be showing Class 85 Boer Commercial Does.
All right, let's go ahead and give these dairy showmen a big round of applause. So first of all, I know I got to come back tonight for our championship show at 8, but I want you guys to know how thankful I am to be able to be here today, to be able to evaluate your guys' animals, and most importantly, be able to work with your guys' youth. Like I said in my bio, I'm a high school ag teacher, and so this part of the shows that I get to go across the northern half of the state with really makes me happy as an educator to see where these kids are at. In regards to the Dairy Goat Project, especially one that's impacted my life for a while. So for me, it's real personal preferences, I guess, in my mind in regards to who's going to be my supreme showman or master showman, whatever it is that you all call it. Nothing to take away from these 3 younger kids that are out here. They've got a lot more to learn, a lot more to be able to develop, to be able to get to the level and the competition of these 2 young ladies here at the end of the line. But for me, when I look at these 2 girls down here at the end, it's really, really fine stuff. For me, it's a personal preference based upon setting the animals up. It's the biggest thing that I found between the 2 of you. When I asked you guys those questions about your own animals and the animal that is in the ring with you, really good job at accurately describing them, in my opinion, and that I couldn't disagree with you, but it's just a personal preference of that showing ability, just a slight thing that's a little bit out of line for one or the other at a certain time than today in this ring. Now, if I came back tonight, I'm sure it's going to be changed. But for me, between these two girls, really, really good quality showmen. I know I'd put them on anything that I had if I still had stuff going at state and national levels. But for me today, just for that fine-tooth thing, the young lady with the Lamancha is going to be my master showman today.
Your grand champion dairy goat showman is Jordan LaFoon. Her trophy is sponsored by Denny's Body Shop. Your reserve champion dairy goat showman is exhibited by Blair Schultz. Her trophy is sponsored by J&B's Environmental Abatement.
You guys have got me all to yourselves now. We're going to start the class off with the most balanced, stoutest featured one. This one wins the class handily for me. Really, really well balanced. Deserves to be the class winner. Now, there's a lot of discussion here between second and third. I think second is really well designed. I think that one's body shape puts her where she's at. I think when you start studying on them, you start touching them, you start feeling through the hair, that's the better one. Now, I know her hair coat kind of looks like she forgot to get washed, but I'm a judge. I can look through that. It's all right. Now, as we move on to our on down, we describe that next one. I think she's sound structured. I think she's tall. She's up off the ground, but she doesn't have enough muscle for me. She needs to be harder handling. She needs to be sportier from the side. She needs to be trendier for me. This is the show. We got to have some show goats. So as we work our way down, let's start grouping them together. We've got 3 here. They're a little rounder out of their shoulder. They're a little rounder out of their hip. But they're still nice, productive does. They just need to have more show ring presence for me today. Let's put our hands together for them.
Placings for Class 85. First place, Grace Klinkhammer. Second, Skylar Sheets. Third, Madison Sheets. Fourth, Mackenzie Sheets. Fifth, Kyra Rainey. And sixth, Cyrus Sheets. We'll now be showing Class 86 Boer commercial does.
This top set of goats here is completely different. I think it comes down to personal preference. Do you like the unique one that's bigger and bolder muscled, that's more weather type oriented, or do you like the one that's more production oriented and taller, maybe a touch better looking, but not as much expression, not as much muscle, not as trendy? For me, I like the unique one. She's going to start the class. Now, that's not to take away from the second one. She's just not my personal preference. She's taller. She's more of a production-oriented piece. I want the unique one that's more extreme. Now, as we move down the class, I think we got two that rounded out. I think they're pretty similar. They just get two round out of their hip and two round out of their shoulder. Let's put a hand together for these kids.
Placings for Class 86. First place, Carly Woods. Second, Hollis Mosley. Third, Josephine Kendall. Fourth, Emily Kendall. Will now be shown for champion and reserve champion, Commercial Doe. Excuse me, we're now showing Class 87 Market Does.
This one that comes first, this one really gets me excited. This one's punchy. You talk about one that's stout-skulled and hard-muscled and big-backed, has that right type of body shape. I really tie into that one. I like her. She's got to win. Now, in between second and third, I think we've got one that's just more extended. She's got more to her. She's more pulled apart. She's got to go second. Doesn't have that show ring appeal like that first one does. Wants to come up a little bit in her top, but still a really nice one to come second. Now we go into third, we've got a long-bodied one that's super extended. She's got expression. You get in front of her, you get behind her, she leaves a little bit to be desired. As you move your way down, we've got two here in the back we can group together. One's a little farther along than the other one. And she's gonna go right here where she's at. She's just farther along, a little bigger, stouter footed. The one that rounds out the class just needs some more time on feed, just needs to be more pulled apart compared to the rest of them. Nice set of goats.
Placings for Class 87. First place, Grace Klinkhammer. Second, Lucas Bush. Third, Samuel Oswald. Fourth, Nicholas Bush. Fifth, Mackenzie Oswald. We're now showing Class 88 Boer Goat Market Does.
We're going to start the class with this light-headed one. I think she's the squarest. I think she's the boldest all the way to the ground. I think she touches the best. I think she's got that type of look I'm looking for from the side in terms of her body shape. I'm talking about her handle as well. Just a really nice one to sit out there in first. Now this one that comes into second, really, really heavy muscle, big-ended. I think when you put them into motion, I don't think she blends her pieces as well as that one that comes into first. But this one's still got the advantage when you get off to the side of them or you put them in motion. I think that one's trendier. I think the black-headed one's trendier than this Cape one that comes next. This one that's here in third, this would talk about one that's pulled apart, got a lot of muscle, got a big top. Here she is. But you get off of her, you start looking at her, comparing on her to the ones in front of her. She doesn't have enough look for me. She needs to be trendier. She needs to be a little more out there. As we move our way down, I think we've got a really nice one that's square and long-bodied, just doesn't have that power the ones in front of them do. And we're going to round out with a really stout featured one. That one's just pretty common for me. She's just going to end up rounding the class out. Just a balanced, nice one, needs to be trendier to move up today.
Placings for Class 88. First place, Maxwell Perez Escobedo. Second, Keegan Spray. Third, Hollis Mosley. Fourth, Carson Dice. And fifth, Mackenzie Oswald. We're now showing Class 89 Bordeaux.
I think there's a class here with a lot of differences. These top two pair together really well for me. The one that's going to lead out just has the advantage when it comes to handle quality. You get down and you look at their feet. That one's a little better coming off her pasture, and it's a little better going away as well. She's a little shorter bodied, but that's okay with me. She's going to start the class. Now, this one that comes in the second, that's the more extended option. We just want to see that muscle go a little lower on her body. We want to see that one be a little trendier from the side. We want to see that one be a little better on the move compared to our class winner. Now, as we work our way down, this one that comes next with the two red legs, she's really stout featured. That one's productive looking. She just needs to have more show ring presence for me. Be lower level in that top line, level her out of her hip. Be more pulled apart, move her way up. Now we can start to move down. Let's group them together again. We've got some that are a little narrower. They just need a little more handle quality. Need to be more pulled apart. Put your hands together for them again.
Placings for Class 89. First place, Sarah Lyons. Second, Noah Lyons. Third, Aubrey Keene. Fourth, Blake Trader. Fifth, Kyra Rainey. Sixth, Mason Appleton. We're now showing Class 90 Bordeaux 6 months to under 9.
This one that leads off the class is long-necked and extended and feminine. She looks like a breeding-type doe. She needs to win the class. Now, when we start to study on these other two, I think they're really similar. I think you got to pick them apart a little bit and decide what you like more than the other. I think there's one that's a little longer. I think there's one that has a little more muscle. I think there's one that has a little more expression. And I think she's got the advantage when she goes into motion. Now, the one that's a little longer, she's going to end up in third. And the one that's a little stouter, she's going to end up in second. That's how we're going to sort those. Let's put your hands together for them.
Placings for Class 90. First place, Allie Moore. Second, Addison Quinton. Third, Addison Quinton. We're now showing Class 91 Bordeaux, 9 months to under 12.
Well, no one can get too mad about where I put this one. This one is just a more commercial type oriented doe, but she's still got muscle. She's got that look from the side. She's sound, just a nice doe that could stand to use some competition. Give her a round of applause.
Placings for Class 91. First place goes to Taylor Reilly. We're now showing Class 92 Bordeaux, 12 months to under 18 months.
This black doe that's going to start the class, you talk about one that's got a lot of capacity. She's big-ended and she's big-topped as well. She's opened up. She looks like that breeding-type goat we're looking for out there in the pasture. Lots of really good quality livestock things about that one. Now, that's not to take away from that doe in second. She's really good appearing from the side, but you get behind her, you watch her walk to you, she just loses advantage when it comes to power. She needs to be more pulled apart at the base, but still a super nice one to come into second. Give him another round of applause.
Placings for Class 92. First place was exhibited by Josephine Kendall. Second, Aubrey Keene. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion Junior Bordeaux.
Super nice set of does here for our drive. I think there's one out here that just has the advantage in terms of stoutness, in terms of being pulled apart at the ground. I think she's really big top. She's also got the advantage of having more maturity today. I think there's a reserve here, and they're not the same kind. We had low numbers, high quality, but they were all a little bit different. So our Grand and Reserve aren't going to look much alike, but our Reserve is super high quality. She's long-necked and feminine and really well put together. She's just at a disadvantage today in terms of maturity. She needs to be more pulled apart. She needs to be longer. She needs to be farther along today. So I'll put the mic down. We'll go out here and select a champion. Let's all cheer like it's our own family here. Let's go.
Your champion junior Bordeaux is exhibited by Josephine Kendall. Her trophy is sponsored by Cornell Club Goats. Your reserve champion junior Bordeaux is exhibited by Allie Moore, and her trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems. We will now be showing class 93 Bordeaux 18 months to under 24 months.
This young man that leads off the class has got a really stout one that's overwhelming in terms of power compared to the rest of them. I think one that handily wins. She's got the advantages when it comes to size, when it comes to power, just really deserving of that first place. Now we come into second, we've got a paint one that's long-bodied. She's a little more moderate. When you get behind her, you get in front of her, she's not as overwhelming as what that doe in first is, but talk about one that paints a pretty picture from the side. We can really appreciate that one. Now we're going to round out the class with one that's carrying the least amount of condition, but she's really good structured. But she needs to be more pulled apart. She's at a disadvantage when you get behind them compared to that paint one that was there in second. But what a nice class here. Put your hands together for them.
Placings for Class 93, first place, Noah Lyons. Second, Maddox Keene. Third, Avery Moore. We're now showing Class 94, Bordeaux, 24 months to under 30 months.
This young man that's going to be a single entry here could really stand to use a lot of competition. This is a really production-oriented type of doe. She's really got a lot of nice qualities to her. The other thing, let's compliment him out. Look at that mullet, guys. That's probably the best one I've seen judging all year. Let's put our hands together for him.
First place in Class 94 is exhibited by Keegan Humick House. We're now showing Class 95 Bordeaux, 30 months to under 36 months.
Another doe that could use some competition. You talk about a stout featured one that's opened up and three-dimensional. Here she is. Just a really nice one here, guys. Let's give her a round of applause.
Placings for Class 95. First place goes to Carly Woods. We're now showing Class 96 Bordeaux, 36 months and older.
Nice set of older does here. We've got the freshest one that's going to lead the class off. I think compositionally she was where she needs to be at for her age. And she's also wide base going to the ground as well. I think she just has the advantage in terms of being leaner, handle a little better than what that second place doe is going to be. This second place one is just getting a little too heavy for me. She's wanting to get deeper chested. You get behind her. That one tracks just a touch narrower, but still just a nice one from the side that has some production-oriented pieces. As we work our way down, we've got a pair of does that comes next that are super similar. I think that this doe that comes out, it just has the advantage in terms of soundness. She just gets out there and reaches a little better for me. And we're going to round out the class with one that just has a disadvantage when it comes to weight today. I think she's been nursing kids. And if you look at that one, she's just too narrow to move up. But just a really nice set here, guys. Give them another round of applause.
Placings for Class 96. First place, Kaylin Stein. Second, Keegan Humerick House. Third, Keegan Humerick House. Fourth, Kaylin Stein. And fifth, Briella Rainey. We are now showing for champion and reserve champion, Senior Bordeaux.
For champion senior doe here, I think there's one that hit me real hard when she came in the ring. I talked really good about her too. She's stout-featured, long-bodied, and overwhelming. And I think there's one that really pairs up well with her that's a little more moderate and long-sided and still good-muscled and big-ended. Now our champion in reserve in this division is going to be the two young men here on the end.
Your champion, Senior Bordeaux, is exhibited by Noah Lyons. His trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems. Your reserve champion, Senior Bordeaux, is exhibited by Maddox Keene. His trophy is sponsored by RK General Cleaning.
Typically called the choke and drag class at the county fair. I'm really proud of how well all these kids are doing out here and handling their projects the way they are. The one that's going to start the class for me just got to do it simply and logically because she's the stoutest one. She's got the most muscle and she's the most opened up and the stoutest featured. Now the one with probably the most future comes into second here. That's one stout featured one that handles well. She just is at a disadvantage today in terms of maturity and being pulled apart at the base, but still a really nice one from the side that's got some quality. Now we come on down to third and fourth. Let's pair them up and let's talk about them both. They're a little flatter sided, a little higher spined, just don't have enough to them to move up in the class today. Put your hands together for them again.
Class placings for class number 97 is first goes to Avery Moore, second Jackson Brown, third Elena Alvarez, and fourth Brielle Rainey.
This doe that starts this class off does it quite handily for me. This one's long-necked, really feminine, still got a hard touch to her. You get off and view her from the side. She's got that right type of look. She runs uphill. This one's still sound, has presence, needs to win. Now this second place one is super stout featured. She just doesn't have that type of skin. She doesn't have the tightness, the structure. She's just a little looser when it comes out of her blade. She's a little looser going out of her hip. Just needs more to her, just more muscle and a better touch today, but still one that's big bone and stout footed and a production piece. Now as we move our way down, I think we've got the next one here that's really got a good front end on her, but she's just lacking a disadvantage in terms of being stout, in terms of her bone work. She needs to have more power to her to move up in the class for me. We're gonna round out with one that's just a little more common. She just needs to have more show ring presence compared to those other ones. I wanna take her and lift her up in her chest as well. Still a nice production-oriented piece here to end with. Give these kids another round of applause.
Placings for class 98. First place, Suzanne Roberts. Second, Maddox Keene. Third, Elliot Keene. Fourth, Owen Keene. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion junior percentage Bordeaux.
In this junior drive, I think there's one that really caught my attention when she walked in the ring. There's one out here that's could be described as flamingo fronted or really, really good about her blade. One that's long bodied and really well put together and balanced. She's going to be my champion now, but for reserve, I think there's one out here that's more immature. I think there's one that's really designed well. I think she deserves this reserve hole. She's got a lot of future. We'll put the mic down. We'll go out here and select your grain of reserve in this division.
Your champion percentage junior Bordeaux is exhibited by Suzanne Roberts. Her trophy is sponsored by Dylan and Dakota McKinley. Your reserve champion percentage junior Bordeaux is exhibited by Avery Moore. And her trophy is sponsored by RK General Cleaning. We are now showing class 99 percentage Bordeaux.
Really nice dapple doe that's got a lot of quality to her here. She needs some competition. Just put your hands together for her. Just a big top, really nice one here for our single entry.
First place in class 99 is exhibited by Aubrey Keene. We're now showing class 100 percentage Bordeaux, 12 months to under 18 months.
Interesting class here. Not a lot that pairs up. I think there's some differences to be had. This light-headed doe that starts the class off, I think she's the unique one out of the lineup. I think that's the stout-featured one. I think that one's the stout-skulled one. I think she's just a little more opened up. Now you get behind her and you watch her walk away. I don't like her near as much. But she brings other things to the table that probably prioritize a little higher. But this doe that's in second, this is the most structurally sound one of the class. I think that she gets a little more common for me. She's a little more refined in terms of her bone work and in terms of her feet. But she is still opened up. I just want to see her stouter featured. I want to see her a little more unique for me to move up in the class. Now this red doe that comes next, long body, good looking, doesn't compare to the ones in front of her in terms of base width or in terms of being stout. What puts her here as well is she's better in her structure. She's more up on her pasterns than this one that's going to end the class. The old dapple doe we're going to end with, still a nice production piece, just needs to be better balanced. Blender pieces a little better. A really nice doe here to end our class with. Put your hands together for him again. Nice job, young lady.
Placings for Class 100. First, Aubrey Keene. Second, Owen Keene. Third, Johanna Karcher. Fourth, Josephine Kendall. We're now showing Class 101 percentage Bordeaux.
Young lady that's on the halter here, she's got one that's super thick and stout featured. She just overwhelms the class, needs to win. I don't think there's any other place she's going to go but first. Now we go down here in a second. I think we've got the taller, longer bodied option that still handles well. She's still got muscle. She lays it over a nice forerib. Now when we get down to this black doe and the traditional doe on the end, I think we start making comparisons, and the black doe is just a little wider at her base of her ground. She's just a touch stouter featured. I think it comes to those fundamentals that separate them. Now, that's not to take anything away from this nice, attractive doe that ends the class. We just seem to be a little wider all the way through.
Placings for Class 101. First, Hollis Mosley. Second, Clayton Moore. Third, Alexis Wallace. Fourth, Kyra Rainey. We're now showing Class 102 percentage Bordeaux, 24 months to under 30 months.
We're going to leave these does like they stand in here. I think we've got a top pair here that really coming to the top well for me. The one that wins the clash is just a touch stouter featured, a little more opened up in terms of her base width. Just has those advantages. Now that doe that comes into second, she's a little longer sided. Just like to see her a little bigger footed. Like to see her carry that muscle a little lower on her body. But still one that's really attractive from the side and sound going away. As we move on down to our third and fourth here, I think we've got two does that are a little bit different. We've got one that's a little stouter featured, one that's a little more opened up, maybe carrying a little more condition today as well. And then we're going to round out the class with one that's long and extended and has expression, but you get behind her, you get in front of her, she just leaves a little bit more to be desired.
Placings for Class 102, first, Taryn Garrett. Second, Rylan Garrett. Third, Alexis Wallace. And fourth, Cade Burton. We're now showing Class 103 percentage Bordeaux, 30 months to under 36 months.
Now you got two different types of goats here. You've got one that's a little more extended, a little bigger footed. You got one that's a little more refined, a little more squished up in terms of her spine. I just want to see that second place be more extended, have a little more show ring presence. Let's add a little bit more to her foot. But both really nice, high quality goats here. Put your hands together for them.
Placings for Class 103, first place, Rylan Garrett. Second, Allie Moore. We're now showing Class 104 percentage Bordeaux, 36 months and older.
This dark-headed doe, we're going to start the class off with. That one's deep-bodied and capacious and carries it in a stout featured package. I think that one's super high quality. I think she can go out and be in a pasture and go out there and just really do well. This doe that ends up in second, she's made a lot like her. She just doesn't have enough to her. She's not as big-footed. She doesn't have as much substance. We work our way down. In this third place, we've got one that's super long and extended. Got to be more opened up to compete with the ones in front of them. And we end up with two down here. I think one's a little wider based, going away, coming to you. I also like her look from the side a touch better as well. Let's put your hands together for these kids.
Placings for Class 104. First place, Alexis Wallace. Second, Emily Kendall. Third, Jackson Brown. Fourth, Kyra Rainey. And fifth, Lane Shepard. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion percentage senior doe.
Awesome set of does here. We start evaluating on them. I think there's one out here that's super powerful. She's dense. She's three-dimensional. When you get behind her, she's not the soundest thing in the ring. But I think past that, I think she's got so many more advantages, I think she's going to have to win. Now for a reserve, I think there's one out here that has more maturity, that's super sound and opened up, but she's starting to get a little age on her. And then I think there's another one out here that's long-bodied and square and more youthful appearing. So I'm going to put the mic down. We're going to go out here and select your champion in reserve here in this division.
Your champion senior percentage Bordeaux is exhibited by Hollis Mosley. Her trophy is sponsored by Romney Farms. Your reserve champion senior percentage Bordeaux is exhibited by Taryn Garrett, and her trophy is sponsored by Lola Vela Salon and Gifts. Now entering the ring, class 105, Boer best two of herd.
In our pair class here, the best of two of the herd, I'm going to start with the pair that's the most powerful, that's the best put together in terms of structure. They're overwhelming in terms of power. Just a really nice set here to be at the top. Now, between second and third place here, I think we've got a pair that's better structured, more opened up. Just super high quality individuals there as well. They don't have the type of muscle shape as the ones that win or that type of look. But still really nice pair here in second. Now we're going to round out with the younger pair that's on the end. I think these two just need to be better structured. Let's fix their pasterns. Let's make them a little better behind the shoulder. But still two that pair up well here. Let's put your hands together for them again.
Your champion Boer best two of herd is exhibited by Noah Lyons. His trophy is sponsored by Roy Show Pigs. Now entering the ring, Class 106, Boer mother-daughter.
This pair is going to start off the class with the mother-daughter here. I think this is the set that has the advantage in terms of stoutness and density. I think these just offer more muscle and better appearance from the side. Really high-quality set here. This mother-daughter that rounds it out, that's not to take away from them. I just want to see more show ring appearance. I want them to be denser. I want them to be more unique compared to our class winner. Put your hands together for him again.
Your champion Boer mother-daughter is exhibited by Alexis Wallace. Her trophy is sponsored by Red Dirt Excavation, LLC. Now entering the ring, Class 107, Kiko Senior Does.
What a nice Kiko doe here. We're talking about a real production-oriented one that's sound and good-looking. This is a single entry that's also going to be our grand champion Kiko here. So let's give a big round of applause to this young man.
Your champion senior Kiko doe is exhibited by Thomas Brown. His trophy is sponsored by Wagner Water Systems. We are now showing Class 108 Myotonic does 3 months to under 6 months.
Our first class of myotonics here. I think this is a really high quality black one to start the class off with. Talk about one that's long and extended and has that muscle the myotonics are known for. Just a really nice one to start the class off with. Now this albino footed one that comes into second, that one's big topped and hard handling, just doesn't have as much base width or as much extension. Then we got a trio of them down here on the end. I think they're pretty similar. What sorts them today is just base width and length and maturity. Let's put your hands together for them. This white-nosed one that's got some color on it really deserves some competition here in this class. You talk about an animal that is striking and gets your attention when it walks in the ring. That one's super broke and shown really well, too, and that definitely helps. Just a big-butted, big-muscled one here would be your class winner.
Class placings, class 108, first, Haley Wagner, second, Rylan Hamilton, third, Reagan Carmichael, fourth, Jude Carmichael, fifth, Brooklyn Carmichael. Class placings, class 109, first, Carly Woods. We are now showing class 110 myotonic does 18 months to under 24 months.
Another one that deserves some competition as well. You talk about one that's big-ended, carrying in a caboose. There it is. Lots of muscle, good look from the side. Just sticks out to you as a high-quality one. Put your hands together for him.
Class placings for class 110. First, Brooklyn Spray. We will now be showing for champion and reserve champion myotonic junior doe.
We got your drive here for these myotonics. I think there's one out here that I talked about earlier that really stuck out like a sore thumb to me. One that handles really, really big and is super broke and gets out there and really shows herself off. You talk about ring presence, I think that's the one. Now for reserve, I think there's one here that follows her in terms of muscle shape and being long and having that type of body shape I'm looking for and that type of muscle and having the overall product. So we'll put the mics down. We'll go out here and select your grand and reserve.
Champion Myotonic Junior Doe, Carly Woods. Reserve Champion Myotonic Junior Doe, Brooklyn Spray. We will now be showing for Myotonic Doe, 2 years.
Excellent set of does here. The one that leads off the class does it in a really balanced package. That's the soundest one that's carrying a lot of muscle. These things are really unique. They're almost Belgian blued muscle, and when you can put that type of muscle into one and still have it walk around the ring and be comfortable, I think that's something that's really good. Now this paint doe that's here in second, I really like that one too from the side. But you get up in front of her, she's not as wide base as the one that wins. I think she's just lacking that overall muscle shape and base width as the one that wins the class. But now when you start comparing your second and third here, I think we've got one that's just longer and more extended and just a little more to her. That's going to be there in second. We keep working our way down, and I think we've got just balance and width is just going to come in front of each other here. Let's put your hands together for them.
Class placings for 111. First, Haley Wagner. Second, Addison Quinton. Third, Addison Quinton. Fourth, Rylan Hamilton. Fifth, Carly Woods. We'll now be showing class 112, myotonic 3 years or older.
Single entry here, I keep saying this, they could just deserve some competition. I think this one's super high quality. I think she's wide-based and long-bodied and good-looking. Let's give her a round of applause.
Class placings for Class 112. First, Kinley Reagan. We will now be showing Class 113, Myotonic does, 4 years.
This older Myotonic doe's got a lot that can be appreciated about her. She's wide and she's thick. She's got muscle. She's sound as well, especially for getting up there in age. She's still carrying that weight really well. Let's give her a round of applause.
Class placings for 113. First, Claire DeFries. We will now be showing Class 114, Myotonic does, 5 years and older.
This paint doe is going to start our class. It's just got the advantages in terms of substance and being three-dimensional and having the base width we're looking for. Now, when we get past that, I think we've got three here that are really similar. I think what separates them is this paint doe is just going to be wider base today. She's got a little more expression. I think she blends her pieces a little better on the move. Now, that's not to take anything away from the brown doe here that's really well balanced from the side. You just get in front of her or get behind her. I don't think she's got as much base width as that paint one that comes in front of her. We're going to round out the class with one that's just a little shorter bodied, gets a little deeper sided as well, but still one that's going to be a nice nice project for that young man.
Class placings for Class 114. First, Claire DeFries. Second, Mariah Miller. Third, Reagan Carmichael. Fourth, Jude Carmichael. We will now be showing for Champion Myotonic Senior Doe.
What a nice set here for our drive. I think there's one out here that comes to the top for me in terms of being the most balanced one, that's the best put together on the move. I think she's really heavy muscled. She might be a little immature than the other ones out here, but that's fine with me. But we're going to follow it up with one that's super, super stout and opened up. I just wanted to see her be fresher, be a little better in terms of her structure compared to our champion. But I'll put this mic down. We'll go out there. We'll get you a grand reserve here in this division.
Champion Myotonic Senior Doe, Haley Wagner. Reserve, Claire DeFries. We'll now be showing Myotonic Weather 6 to under 9 months.
We got a single entry here that's super high quality. Let's put our hands together for this young lady here. She's got one that's just really well balanced and big muscled. Definitely got a lot of appeal to it. Nice single entry.
Class 115, first place, Haley Wagner. We will now be showing Class 116, Myotonic Weather, 12 months to under 18 months.
This is a super simple sort for me. I think it's the balanced one that's got the most muscle, puts it in the right places. That's going to be our champion in this class. And then our second place is long-bodied and good-looking from the side. Just want to see that one be better put together in terms of muscle, bigger behind the shoulder, a little bigger going away as well. Two super nice ones here. I think we got another really nice class of weathers here. This one that leads off the class has just got the most product to it. It's the stoutest featured one, got the most muscle, biggest butted one, carries that muscle all the way down. That one that comes into second, super appealing from the side. Just want to see that one be wider based, denser made, a little more three-dimensional.
Class placings for Class 116. First, Carly Woods. Second, Kinley Reagan. Class placings for 117. First, Claire DeFries. Second, Audrey Spray. We'll now be showing Class 118, Myotonic Weathers, 3 years old.
This young lady is bringing a single entry that's long-bodied up off the ground. This one has quality as well. You talk about a lot of product. I think these goats are known for it, and this is a fine example here. Let's put your hands together here for our single entry.
Class placings for Class 118. First, Kinley Reagan. We will now be showing Class 119, Myotonic Weathers, 5 years and older.
Another nice single entry here, one that's long-bodied and athletic, presenting you with some expression as well. Just one that sticks out here, being painted up. Nice one here, guys. Let's put our hands together for her. I think you guys have the highest quality myotonic weather show I've sorted. I think this one, I think there's one out here that really grabs my attention. He's super bold, he's big muscled, he's opened up, he catches your eye. He's got that show ring look too. You know, you talk about these myotonics, they start to get off in their hip, they get a little ill-structured. This one's really nice. I mean, he sticks out, he presents high quality things to you. And then for reserve, I think there's a meat wagon out here that just doesn't put together those features that I'm looking for like our champion, but still one that's really, really big muscled and really, really good looking too. Let's put our hands together. I'll go out here, give you a champion in reserve.
Champion Myotonic Weather exhibited by Carly Woods. Your reserve champion Myotonic Weather exhibited by Haley Wagner. We'll now be showing Myotonic Mother-Daughter class.
We're going to leave these like they stand. This mother-daughter pair that comes first is a little stouter featured, a little more three-dimensional, a little more opened up. These ones that, this one that rounds out the class, a really nice pair as well. Just don't have the look, just don't have that stoutness of feature that I'm looking for. Let's put our hands together again.
Champion Myotonic Mother-Daughter exhibited by Reagan Carmichael. We will now start the Pygmy Show with our Pygmy goats 0 to 3 months, no, 3 to under 6 months.
You talk about one that's cute and fluffy and draws your attention. Here she is. This is a nice single entry. Let's put your hands together for this young lady.
Class placings for Class 121. First, Natalia Randall. We will now show for Pygmy does 6 to under 9 months.
We got another single entry here. This is the same song, different dance. We've got one that is just wide, square, really could use some competition. Let's put your hands together for this young man.
Class placings for Class 122. First, Jonah Brower will now show for Class 123, 18 to under 24 months.
Nice pygmy doe that really gives you some good breed character. She fits inside the box. She's got some muscle. She's got some base width. I don't have to tell you guys to clap every time, right?
Class placings for Class 123. First, Ethan Brower. We will now show for Champion and Reserve Pygmy Junior Doe.
Here for our champion, I like the one that's probably got the most breed character here for a pygmy goat. Past that, I think there's one that's square and big up high. I think it's got plenty of muscle. I'll put the mic down. We'll go out here and select your champion in reserve.
Champion Pygmy Junior Doe exhibited by Ethan Brower. Your reserve, Jonah Brower.
I like this little tan one to come first. Just think she's a little longer, a little more extended. I think that one just fits in a box better for me. Just think she's a little better balanced. That one that comes in second, lots of product, big top, big from behind, just not as extended, not as well balanced as that first place. We're going to start off with the tan one that's a little longer neck, a little bigger bone, a little more opened up. Now that one that comes into second, I think that one's super bold. I just like to see her a little stouter featured, kind of move out there a little bit better compared to our class winner. This one that comes into third, just starting to get a little unbalanced. Shoulders getting a little high, top line's getting a little off compared to those ones in front of them. Nice set here.
Class placings for Class 124. First, Daniel Rabb. Second, Jonah Brower. Class placings for 125. First, Ethan Brower. Second, Abigail Rabb. And third, Corbin DuPoy. We will now show for Class 126, Pygmy Does, 5 years and older.
I think in this class, these two make a really nice pair. They go together really well. They're both stout-featured and opened up. I think that's where they hold the advantage in terms of just being that much wider based and it's a little bit thicker and being better in terms of their condition. I don't think they're carrying near as much as what the next two do, but a super similar two does here. I think what separates them at first place doe is just a little better in terms of from her hooks to her pin. She's a little bit longer. She's a little bit better out of her shoulder. Just a really nice one to start the class off with. Now, as we come down here to our third and fourth, I think there's two really long-necked ones here that are just carrying a little more condition compared to those other two and aren't as expressive, but two really nice does that are made similar right here. And now we come down and we round out our top five with one that's just a little coarser, looks a little older, a little more mature in her kind, but still a nice one here to round out our top five. As we work our way down, I think we can start to group these other pygmies together. I think we've got another thick one here that's going to elevate her to that next place. And we're going to round out the class with two that are really similar once again. Probably just don't have as much base width, not as stout features, those other ones that come in front of them. Super nice class of does here.
Class placings for Class 126. First, Larkin DePoy. Second, Larkin DePoy. Third, Ethan Brower. Fourth, Ethan Brower. Fifth, Corbin DePoy. Sixth, Zachary Peck. Seventh, Zachary Peck. Eighth, Jonah Brower. We will now be showing for Champion Pygmy Senior Doe and Reserve Champion Pygmy Senior Doe.
Awesome lineup of pygmies here for our senior champion. I think there's one out here that's just super thick and three-dimensional. I think she fits inside of a box. I think she's well balanced. I really appreciate your quality. And then for our second, or our reserve champion, I think there's one that's just a little longer necked. I think one that's a little better looking, still carrying a lot of muscle and a lot of base width. So I'll put this mic down, go out here and get you a champion in reserve.
Champion Pygmy Senior Doe, exhibited by Larkin DePoy, and Reserve Ethan Brower. We will now show for Class 127, Pygmy Weathers, 3 months to under 6 months.
In this class, I think there's one that's just a little longer, a little more extended, a little more mature. It's going to be your class winner here. And then your second's just really similar, just doesn't have as much time on feed. That one's not as wide right now. Still super nice. Put your hand together for these kids.
Class placings for Class 127, first, Daniel Robb. Second, Abigail Robb. We will now be showing for Class 128, Pygmy Weathers, 2 years old.
This young man that leads off the class, he's got the bubbly muscled one that's just a little better in terms of condition and expression and muscle shape. Really like the way that one blends its pieces on the move as well. This one that comes in a second, one that's still pulled apart and wide through its cage, just doesn't have that show ring appeal like that first place does. Doesn't blend those pieces not quite nearly as well. But let's put a hand together for both of them.
Class placings for Class 128, first, Larkin DePoy. Second, Duncan Bates. We'll now be showing Class 129, Pygmy Weathers, 3 years old.
Young man leads off the Pygmy Weather class here with one that's really good in terms of its hair and being slicked off. You start to touch on that one. It's big, bubbly muscled. It's the biggest and thickest throughout. We move on to our second, and we've got one that's similar, just doesn't compare in terms of stoutness of feature, handle quality, but still one that's square and wide and pulled apart like that Pygmy breed's known for. Now, as we move our way down, I think we can pair up the two. They're just not blending their pieces nearly as well as the ones that come in front of them. They just need to be better balanced. I think this one that comes into third just has the advantage through his shoulder and fitting more in that box scenario that I'm looking for these Pygmy goats. Let's put your hands together for him again.
Placings for Class 129, first, Daniel Rabb. Second, Natalia Randall. Third, Carson Bates. Fourth, Jonah Brower. We'll now be showing Class 130, Pygmy Weathers, 4 years old.
Got a single entry here. This one's once again. This is like that pygmy breed. They're known for being wide and stout featured and pulled apart. And this one's no exception. Put your hands together for this young man.
Class placings for Class 130. First, Archer Tilly. We will now be showing Class 131, Pygmy Weathers, 5 years and older.
This one really walks around the ring with direction and setting down his feet and legs with direction and diligence. And that one's athletic and still carrying a lot of power. Let's put your hands together for this young single entry here.
Class placings for Class 131. First, Spencer Bates. We will now be showing for Champion Pygmy Weather.
Awesome drive of pygmies here. I think for our champion, there's one that's just bubbly muscled and slicker haired and better looking, has that show ring appearance I'm looking for, really motors around the ring too, super attractive in terms of his profile. And I think there's a reserve out here that's super thick, a little more masculine, probably gets a little coarse and a little for hair and a little rough around that shoulder for me. But I'll put the mic down. We'll go out here and get you a granted reserve.
Champion Pygmy Weather is exhibited by Larkin DePoy, your reserve Champion Pygmy Weather, Daniel Rabb. We will now be exhibiting the Class 132 Pygmy Best 3 Females.
I think there's a trio out here that really comes to the top for me. And then followed by that, I think there's a consistent group. And then I think there's a group that gets a little more inconsistent, but super high quality. So I'll put the mic down. I'll go out of here and pick them first, second, and third. Okay, guys? Let's put your hands together for them.
Champion Pygmy Best 3 Females, Larkin DePoy, will now show for Pygmy Mother-Daughter.
For this mother-daughter, I think I'm going to pick the two that are the most similar, that really put the positives on both of them. And then for our reserve here, I think there's another set that's high quality, just once again, just gets a touch inconsistent for me. Your first in this class, or this division, is going to be right here on our left, and then on our right is going to be your reserve.
Champion Pygmy Mother-Daughter, exhibited by Jonah Brower. Okay. We'll take a 5-minute break and begin class one number 134, beginner showmanship, in just about 5 minutes.
This young man here in the cowboy hat does an excellent job of getting his goat presented. They're all knowledgeable. He came to the top of the class quickly for me. Him and his goat make the best team out here. We come into our second place. We've got a young lady that's showing a doe that sometimes doesn't want to cooperate as well. Just needs to get those feet set. Keep in line for me. We work our way down. We've got a young lady that kept her hand off the back of her pygmy goat and set a leg or two for me. And then we're going to round out the class with the young man that sometimes just needs to look at me more in the eye. Keep your hand out of your pocket, kind of get some more confidence for me, and set those legs for me as well. An awesome set of showmen here. Put your hands together for them. They tell me I can only pick one out here. I think there's a showman that comes to the top for me that gets into their goat, has it placed well most of the time. I think all the kids in here could take a lesson from just getting those goats set up just a touch bit quicker. I think they need to have their feet placed and wide all the time. Sometimes they just need to pay a little bit more attention. But there's
Champion beginner showman is Cyrus Sheets. Champion junior showman is Hensley Mosley. We will now be showing for intermediate showman.
Once again, I can only pick one out here. I think there's a showman that really gets that goat well put together, gets it driven, shows me the expression, always has him square, has got him set up most of the time. I think I went through and talked to every one of these kids on something they can improve. I'll put the mic down. We'll go out here. We'll select your champion in this class.
Your champion intermediate showman, Keegan Spray. We will now show Class 137, senior showman.
I can only pick one out here once again. I think there's a showman out here. They get those legs set up, really gives me eye contact. They're confident. They had a mess up in the ring, and they handled themselves real well. It's going to be this young lady here in the end. She's going to be our senior champion. Good job, guys.
Your champion senior division is Carly Woods. We will now show for Grand and Reserve Meat Goat Showman.
All these young people out here do a great job. Let's put our hands together for them. I think there's some great showmen out here. They've done a great job all day. Some of the goats are getting a little bit tired on them, not cooperating nearly as much, and they're handling it well. I went through and critiqued every one of them on something I don't like. There's not a showman out here that came out and just sent it over the edge for me. It's more about what do you like the best out of these showmen, and what critique is your pet peeve. For me today, I like the young lady on the end for our champion. Your reserve is going to be your young lady with the myotonic goat.
Champion overall showmanship is Grace Klinkhammer, reserve the Carly Woods. See you back here at 8 p.m. for our night show.